So the Vegas regular season win total for Auburn is 7 games this year. And would y'all lean over the 7 on this one?
So
and
tough.
Do you think there's any chance they have a magical year like 2013?
I don't see 2013. No, to answer your question.
8-4, we have said would be a really good first year with that tough of a schedule.
Yeah,
So that's what makes that line so good.
I mean, 7 is the number. Would I lean over 7? I can't say that I would lean over 7. I don't lean under it either. I think 7's the number. I mean, if you made me go one way or the other, I think I'd have to go over.
Yeah, I think it's 6 and 6 or 7 and 5. We'll
So
know
you
a
would
lot
go
after
under.
Penn
If
State.
you had to do one, you'd go under.
Well, I forgot. I think Barkley gave me under 7.5, so I took under 7.5.
I think I would go slightly over 8 if I had to go either 6 or 8.
Well, if it's 8, Joe, this is what it means. You have beaten one of these teams. Penn State on the road, LSU on the road, Alabama at home, Georgia or Texas A&M. You've beaten one of those teams. Any one of those wins would be a fantastic year one win for Brian Harsin.
Yeah, that'd be a borderline. I mean, depending on who it is, would be a signature win.
Yeah.
Joe, you had something else?
Yeah, and which way are y'all leaning on the LSU-UCLA game? I mean, after Saturday, I think UCLA is going to take them because those running backs are pretty impressive, and the quarterback is extremely athletic, so I think he can run around in the backfield, if those athletic guys from LSU get after him.
All right, thank you, Joe.
Dunaway brought this point up. I mean, LSU, there's so many moving parts with what's going on right now in that entire state. And them being displaced, I mean, it can come together and, LSU could go out and win this game by 28 points. But this could be a completely worn-out bunch before they play their first game of 2021.
Yeah, that's a great point. We've got a royal betting stake bet that we do every year, the early lines that come out, where I have to get 8 of 13 correct, right? And I have LSU -2.
Oh, I love your spot right there.
At UCLA. I like that. Now, can I get 7 more wins out of that?
I don't know, but I like that one.
But in the opening weekend, I also have Ole Miss -8.
You got good value because everything is inflated the other way.
Yeah, but I think that is the only games that of that list we have this weekend. People were asking. I don't remember. It was. I believe it was Dennis or Danny. It was Danny that asked. Did the number go up from the 2.5 where it opened? It was like I never remember it being 2.5. Those initials. I don't know if it's 5 dimes. Wherever we get those earliest lines in the summer, that's what that was. So it has gone up since then, and a lot of people are liking UCLA, like the caller Joe was there from Athens. Thanks for being part of the show. We appreciate Bromberg's being part of the show as well. As football season rolls in, that means also the holiday season is not far away either, and that means you got to think about our friends at Bromberg's for that perfect gift.
Yeah, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
We're asking the question, who needs to win the most this first weekend to really flip the scripts? It's a Cowan Equipment poll question that we've been working on a little bit. And that UCLA win would be huge over LSU, but LSU equally needs that win, as LT pointed out from the flip side of that. A couple of other notable games that are not included in that poll question that could really change the way we feel about a team. Penn State upsetting Wisconsin, not part of that poll question. But we expect Wisconsin to be in the Big Ten championship game. We're not really expecting a lot from Penn State this year. Sneaky good opportunity from the Nittany Lions.
You say that because you look at the record last year, they were 4-5. They lost it was a tale of 2 seasons. They start out 0-5. They win 4 consecutive games. Sean Clifford looked really good. Penn State fans are believing they can compete and win a Big Ten championship this year. So, that's one of those games that loser behind the 8 ball immediately, especially for Wisconsin, because, Wisconsin would have to run the table and then beat Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game to get to a 14 playoff. That's a heck of a game.
A heck of a game the first week. Nick Saban is up talking about Alabama's opener. That hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. Two great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Man, we've got a fun show ahead today. The eve of football for the UAB Blazers. A lot to talk about with all the SEC teams. Tom Luginbill slides in at 9:24 right here in the first hour. If you're listening to us live Central Time there, Clay Travis starts hour number 2. The best of the Brian Harsin News Conference from after our show yesterday. Later in the show, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Scott Forrester, and the entire Next Round family ready to roll with you today live on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, and Twitch. Of course, you can listen to us around the globe on the Next Round app. Guys, before we get into college football and baseball and the NFL, everything going on, the story that will not go away, and we've got Luginbill, who was on ground zero of it all when it happened this past weekend, is that high school football story. That was the most talked about story yesterday with our viewers and listeners on social media as little nuggets continue to come out about that IMG and Bishop Sycamore game. Andy Staples called them the Washington Generals of high school football. And it turns out these guys are like junior college rejects. They're not even high school age. I can't wait to ask Luginbill about how all of this, from his perspective now, 2 days removed, 3 days removed for it, how it all even happened, how he was calling a game.
I haven't seen that part of the story. So these guys actually had played junior college football before.
Junior college age. I don't know if you watch the game, I'm not sure they've ever played organized football. But they had played another game on Friday night, like 2 days before. It was just, the stories are crazy. Andy Staples.
NBA doesn't like playing back to back.
Yes. Andy Staples with a big story on it on The Athletic, breaking it all down. Awful announcing. Talked about it yesterday. People who are on have Bishop Sycamore on their schedule later on, actually doing some research. The place that Bishop Sycamore is listed as their school, this Texas Football Life guy went to that address on Google Maps, and it's a duplex, somebody's house.
Oh, really?
And that's the name of the school.
Well, at least it's a duplex, though.
Yeah.
They got some room to expand.
Yeah.
When they add students, they could add some classrooms.
Well, do you think ESPN's probably giving Luginbill a gag order? You're not going to be able to talk about this.
I think that has happened. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yes.
I would find it hard to believe that Luginbill is going to go in depth on this.
I think maybe we could pontificate on it. But
it seems like we should be doing that right now.
yes, I would say I would get all your thoughts out on it in this segment. Jim.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm getting word now that Tom Luginbill may not be able to talk about that in the next segment.
Interesting story nonetheless, though. You're right. We'll talk college football with Lugs.
Yeah, we'll talk nothing but college football with Luginbill coming up. ESPN is blaming Paragon Marketing for the booking of the game.
Well, I told you yesterday kind of how the sausage was made in this deal, that, ESPN was trying to put a game together with IMG. Couldn't find anybody that wanted to take the beating. So they go to a third party, and a third party says, we got a school for you. And
technically.
What does that third party get out of this? I mean, what kind of cash?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, they got paid, obviously. I don't know how much they got paid, but, I would imagine this gets tied up in court at some point.
I picture now Paragon Marketing also, they book high school football games for ESPN. They also can give you a nice phone service. And maybe.
And if you could find 10 friends.
If you could find 10 friends, you too could have a high school
They got
football
some
game.
exclusive information on your extended car warranty. If you would just answer the phone.
Those are passionate phone callers. Let me just go ahead and tell you, man.
But all of our viewers and listeners want this to turn into a 30 for 30. Alabama Ball's right there on Twitch this morning. I'm ready for the 30 and 30 on how all this went down.
There's a good chance you'll get one if this thing continues to get momentum. Paragon Marketing Group, here's their key slogan: we ignite remarkable journeys.
Well, they did. That is a remarkable journey.
Let it burn.
At Paragon Marketing Group, we take brands to places they've never been.
Listen, they have yet to lie, Lance.
Wow.
So that's a story that will apparently not be talked about anymore in our show today when Tom Luginbill joins us in the next segment. We look forward to talking about everything going on in college football with Tom Luginbill. Another big conversation that's out there today is the fact that Alabama's getting ready to go to Atlanta to play another game over there to kick off the season, another neutral site game. Interesting from the folks who run Mercedes-Benz and this kickoff classic. They are going with roof open.
That's right.
For this game. I'm trying to think if I've been to a game at Mercedes-Benz Stadium with the roof open. I don't think I have.
You probably haven't, because the SEC championship says roof closed no matter what. They don't even leave it open for decision.
And it's such hit or miss that first weekend of December. We've been in there when it's completely frigid. And
never know.
There's, a nice 70-degree day. Watching Sunday night, Falcons-Browns, it was open.
Yeah,
looks cool.
Help me out in the chat over there, Alabama fans. Florida State, that big game, that hot night, but it was a night game. I can't remember if the roof was open for that or not.
I think it was broken at that time, honestly. There was a minute, if you'll remember, where they actually could not open it, if I remember correctly.
Right.
And they had to fix something. And I think one of those early games, and that was a pretty early game there, I think it was broken and they actually couldn't open it.
Yeah, I've only been to one game with the roof open there, 2019 when the Rams played the Falcons.
Yeah.
I like it better roof open.
I'm trying to think. I was there for Alabama and Duke because I was filling in for Chris Stewart on the coaches show, and so I went to that game opening weekend. Seems like it was closed for that one too. I don't know if I've been to Mercedes-Benz Stadium with the roof open, but it will be this weekend according to reports. And the forecast is 84 and partly cloudy.
Oh, that's perfect, man. Great kickoff weather.
No rain in the southeast?
Well, I mean,
I think the rain's going to be out of here.
But I think this time of year, there's always a chance for a passing thunderstorm.
Okay, so what was the first retractable roof you guys remember? And I've got a
Sky
reason
Dome.
for asking. Okay.
I've been to a game at Sky Dome, and the roof was open, and you felt like you were in a dome, like you didn't even realize the roof was open.
But that Sky Dome, did it not back then take like an hour to open and close? But now it's 20 minutes.
It's almost instantaneous.
Yeah. Sky Dome was Toronto.
Toronto was Sky Dome. It's not even 20 minutes.
So it's almost like a garage door.
If you remember the Super Bowl you went to, they had it open pregame for the flyover, and they closed it between the pregame and the kick because there's that audio from the sidelines of Belichick talking to the official, and he's complaining about it. He's was it going to be closed at kickoff or not?
Yeah, what was the reason for them closing it for Super Bowl 53?
I guess they just wanted the controlled atmosphere there. I don't know. They didn't want to risk the rain.
Yeah, I like controlled atmosphere for championship games. I have no problem with that. Why build a retractable roof if you're going to leave it open for a chance of showers? Like at Wimbledon now, you even have the roof on center court.
Yeah, but I think you've got a roof. I mean, rain in football, not that big of a deal.
Well, I think it can't be a big deal.
I think it's more for the fan enjoyment if I'm not going to sit outside in 35-degree weather.
But I mean, if I spend thousands of dollars to go to a Super Bowl, I don't want to sit in the rain like I did to watch Peyton Manning.
Well, it didn't rain that night though.
I'm okay with the roof being closed for Alabama, Miami this weekend. 2:30 kick for that. Alabama, of course, will be in the road whites this week. Miami will be the home team in that one. That announced yesterday. So crisp white uniforms for Alabama on the road. The school making that announcement yesterday.
It's their best look. I've got what might be a significant breaking news story here.
Okay, I like that. Good place to be right here off the top of the show. Go.
Tom Pelissero,
I see this now,
who covers the NFL for the NFL Network, has just tweeted what to me is the most shocking thing I think I'll see today.
Yeah.
He is saying, according to sources, the New England Patriots have released Cam Newton.
Wow. That would make Mac Jones your starting quarterback.
Yeah. I would say it's a slam dunk at that point.
Watching Get Up or one of the shows early this morning, everyone continued to say Mac Jones needs to be the starter. And I was just thinking to myself, the more people come out and say this, the more Bill Belichick probably starts Cam Newton week one.
I don't
he
think
doesn't
so.
want to be told what to do. But again, this is the scorned Bill Belichick tour in 2021 after missing the playoffs last year. I think he's got a chip on his shoulder, and he's going to play the best guy. And obviously, he thinks that's Mac Jones.
It is now multiple reports, so this is not just one guy that's got it wrong. It doesn't appear at this point.
Yeah, Cody even breaking it over on the chat room there. Thank you, Cody, for doing that. He had it before you did it, bro.
Do you think there's a possibility that Bill Belichick and Josh McDaniels sat down Cam Newton early this morning and said, look, we're going to go with Mac, and he didn't take the news well?
Yeah.
Potentially.
I mean, that's the only way you get rid of a veteran quarterback who's not really costing you a lot of money, right?
Yeah. I mean,
that, Cam, give me a chance to go play. I don't want to be QB2.
Because if Mac Jones was to get hurt, your best opportunity to win, based on what we saw from a healthy Cam Newton this postseason or this preseason, is Cam Newton being on that roster. I mean, Brian Hoyer, you don't want him as your number two.
Okay, so let's bounce around. If Cam Newton is released now, which is something you would do if you appreciate Cam Newton as the Patriots and he doesn't want to be QB2 and sit on the bench, and you're going to go with Mac Jones as your starter, it looks like Philadelphia was at least interested in a quarterback because they got Gardner Minshew over the weekend, which lets you know they're probably not in love with Jalen Hurts and what he's doing. Right now, the Indianapolis Colts could start Jacob Eason. That's where they are with their quarterback. They want Carson Wentz back. He's in COVID protocol now, so it's more not his injury, but COVID-19. There are places out there that Cam Newton may actually be your starting quarterback if he went to the right place.
Well, I think that's the only place right now is the Indianapolis Colts.
What about Houston? You want to start in front of
Texas.
Tyrod Taylor?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't
So
know.
it's
I
a
mean,
toss-up at best?
I don't know if the Texans are going to win games anyway. But if I'm the Colts and you got a really good roster, and we talked about some of the injuries on that offensive line with Nelson and Kelly right now, kind of unknowns, T.Y. Hilton. But if I'm the Colts, Jacob Eason or Cam Newton, at least for a couple of weeks, I think I would bring Cam Newton in. I think that is, to me, a no-brainer if Carson Wentz is not going to be ready the first week or two of the season.
But if Cam has said, listen, I'm not going to be anybody's number 2 at this point in my career.
He can be our number 1 for a week.
Yeah. So he's going to go there for a week, then he'll go to Houston for a week.
Hey, I don't know where Cam is on,
Cam's going to play
the
more
twilight of his career.
Cam's going to play more cities than the Jonas Brothers.
I'm just telling you, Cam is not going to be a starting quarterback for 30 franchises.
No,
right
I mean,
now.
you're right about that, and I think he probably understands that. I mean, he just got beat out by a rookie. So I think, and not a bad rookie, by the way. I mean, Mac Jones had an excellent
Looked
camp.
great.
There's no doubt. I mean, this is a legit contender in their division that's handing the reins to a rookie quarterback. So Bill Belichick, and it's the greatest we've ever seen do it, is handing the reins over. So, I mean, this says a lot about Mac Jones. Another facet on this, because Alabama quarterbacks haven't exactly flourished in the NFL, did we ever have a Namath Stabler head-to-head matchup? Can you remember? Would this be the first time? Because you'll have Tua Tagovailoa starting against Cam Newton week 1. I wonder if that's the first time that's ever happened in the NFL.
Oh, I think you did have Stabler versus Namath. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you did. That hasn't happened a lot, though. You haven't had Alabama quarterbacks go head-to-head in the NFL.
I mean, this is before my memory. I think I was alive, but before my memory, I do think Stabler had to sit a while behind Darryl LaMonica, maybe with the Oakland Raiders, but eventually got there, and surely that overlapped a little bit while Namath was still healthy with the Jets.
But they're both in the AFC, so you got to think they ran into each other at some point, obviously.
And both were playoff-like teams.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It shouldn't surprise me based on the way Mac Jones has played in this preseason.
Well, the release is what surprises you.
Well, the release, I mean, you can read between the lines. I mean, it had to be disgruntled Cam Newton didn't take the news very well.
Mark gives us Denver, but I think Denver pretty happy with Teddy Bridgewater right now.
Yeah, that's a better option.
I think Drew Lock's a good backup.
AJ asked about Rockstar's Detroit Lions.
No.
We got the golf man, dude.
I mean, Jared Goff,
better than Cam?
He's better than Cam.
So if Auburn used to have the Gus bus, is it the golf cart in Detroit that you're on?
Yeah, the golf cart, man. We're in the path. We don't need no
By the
Cam
way,
Newton.
we did our atypical fantasy draft last night, and I had the second pick, so it means I got the 31st pick. I got stuck with your Detroit Lions. It was either Detroit or Houston. You guys would have taken Detroit.
I would have gone Detroit there.
Detroit all day long.
Now, the guy that gets Houston and Deshaun Watson plays all season just got a gold nugget right there.
Because the way your thing works, you lose points for a loss, don't you? Oh, yeah. I mean,
you get a 2-14, you can't recover.
Yeah, the Texans are a sombrero waiting to happen.
But I think you're a 2-15. You're probably a 4-13 this year, though.
That's pretty good.
Well, Jared Goff says you can win the division, though. He's got faith in you.
The sun rises in the west.
So breaking news, in fact, as we start the next round on this Tuesday today, with Cam Newton being released from the New England Patriots, making Mac Jones the week 1 starter when they get going, not this weekend, but coming up the weekend after that with the NFL.
The great Chris Stewart, voice of Alabama basketball and host of the Nick Saban Show, says he vividly remembers Richard Todd versus Kenny Stabler. So there you go.
That would be New York Jets, Richard Todd.
Yep. Versus Stabler late in his Raiders career.
Really good with the Raiders.
My point is, it hasn't happened a lot, and you're going to get it week 1.
Yeah. Richard Todd could have quarterbacked Kenny Stabler with the Oilers or the Saints, too.
Yeah.
Probably over.
That's right.
Hey, so help me out. How does the NFL playoffs this year are going to be a week back?
Mm-hmm.
And so the semifinals of the college football playoff will actually go off before. But if I ask you guys who wins a playoff game first, Mac Jones or Bryce Young? I think New England's a playoff team.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people think Alabama's a playoff team. I would take
probably Bryce Young.
I would take Bryce Young, though there are people stacking up reasons why Georgia wins the SEC this year and Alabama doesn't make the playoffs, something we can discuss as we move throughout the show. Part of it today being brought to you by the great folks at Odie's. If you're looking for a great place to just refresh on the weekends or get a great lunch today. Odie's is that place.
Yeah, head in, go see Will Haver and the great staff. Remember, tomorrow night, Wednesday night, Odie's Team Trivia. We do it every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Me and Will Haver, Rockstar. It's Birmingham Institution. Odie's located right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible lunches and dinners for almost 25 years now, from the burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Fantastic patio for college football all weekend long. Get in today. It's Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village.
LSU continues their preparation for their opener in Houston. The Saints are in Dallas, all in the aftermath of what hit the Gulf Coast in Hurricane Ida. Our thoughts and prayers continue, and many people will be looking for ways to help the folks on the Gulf Coast, and we'll pass those along to you on our social media platforms. Tulane, who has been here in Birmingham and worked out at Legion Field yesterday, according to folks, are going to be in Tuscaloosa at the invitation of Nick Saban and Greg Byrne, using Alabama's indoor facility today to practice. So Tulane at Legion Field and UAB facilities yesterday, in Tuscaloosa today, as they get ready for that game that has officially now been moved from New Orleans to Norman. Tulane at Oklahoma. And if you're looking at that game, the betting line is 26.5 is what I saw it at last night. Oklahoma minus 26.5. And you don't think Tulane has anything in them for this upset?
And that number might tick up a little bit just because the game's in Norman, but no, I don't.
Yeah, the betting line did come out yesterday for UAB.
I was surprised that this was this low.
14.5 as they do Jack State. Sometimes you don't get a betting line when it's an FCS versus FBS, but one does come out yesterday at 14.5 UAB.
I mean, look, Jack State's got one of the best programs at the FCS level. Obviously, they've been, perennial playoff team, playoff contender, national championship contender. But still, Lance, I mean, this is a solid UAB team that is a conference champion. To see them play an FCS team and it only be 2 touchdowns?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, too, that Vegas is undervaluing UAB this year based on the history of Bill Clark. And look, and I know you got some big losses, Spencer Brown, Austin Watkins. Those are going to be major losses offensively. The defense should be lights out. But the Vegas total right now, and I had this conversation with a couple of former UAB players, is only 7.5. I mean, 7.5, when you look at the schedule, again, you're going to be underdogs to Georgia, probably an underdog to Liberty. It's going to be close to a pick. But outside of that, you would think that UAB can find 8 wins.
I mean, I would agree completely with you. It has actually become fairly automatic under Bill Clark, hasn't it? An 8-win UAB team. So you feel like they're going to find 8 wins somewhere. I was surprised that number was that low. I saw it come out yesterday at 14.5. I was like, man.
Yep, and 7.5 being the win total. That's a low number too. Both those numbers a little surprising. But watching UAB fans react yesterday, and I asked the question on my social media platform, which way are you going on the betting line at 14.5? Blazer fans point out that though they have won the West 3 straight years, they're Conference USA champs 2 of the last 3 years. This is a team that is usually slow out of the gate, especially against an FCS opponent in the opener. They don't really play their A-plus game right out of the gate for Bill Clark and UAB. They sort of ease their way into a championship season. A lot of UAB fans were saying, hey, I will not be surprised if UAB wins this game against a really quality FCS opponent by 7, by 10, under the number of 14.5.
Well, that's a game you don't want to ease in and lose. I mean, with all the momentum, with the new stadium, boy, that'd be a bad loss.
That's tomorrow night. It's main ESPN. Our friend Lauren Sisler will be one of the analysts for that game down on the sidelines for ESPN. UAB and Jack State tomorrow night, 6:30, down in Montgomery. Jack State, the home team in that one, so I assume UAB will be in the road whites for that one, much like Alabama for their opener. You'll hear from Brian Harsin later in the show. Before we take our first break and get to Tom Luginbill in the next segment, can I throw a stat out that blew me away when I read it last night on some game notes? Did you guys know, because this blew me away, tell me if it blows you away, that last year, Vandy not winning a game was the first time in Vandy history they had a season where they didn't win a game?
That does blow me away.
They've never had a winless season.
I don't know if that blows me away.
No, it does blow me away.
Well, I mean, again,
that Vanderbilt has never not won a game?
Well, I would think that they would always grab one of these wins outside of the SEC. Yeah, it doesn't blow me away.
I think I saw 6 times they were a one-win team.
Yeah.
But that was their first winless season in Vanderbilt football history.
Played more all SEC 10-game schedules.
They would have done it much more.
Yeah.
Yes.
Think you'd do it again this year.
Yeah.
You'd back it up again this year.
I mean, I'm looking at their history. They've given you some 1-wins. I mean, they've come very, very close to doing this.
What is the overall record? How far below 500 is Vanderbilt?
Like in Vandy history, the overall record? They are
Nothing like LT asking you tough math.
No, I mean, I'm sure
no,
it's right
not tough.
there.
Yeah, it's overall 290, 463, and 32.
So they'd have to go undefeated how many consecutive years to get back to 500?
They've got a 390 win percentage.
Yeah.
Their SEC all-time record is 92, 359, and 11, a 214 win percentage. That's not good.
So 0 wins last year, first time in Vandy history. They go a whole season without a win, and they'll try to break a losing streak when they get going this weekend, as everyone does, as we kick off the college football season. We'll talk about that with Tom Luginbill coming up in segment number 2 here on this Tuesday show of the Next Round, brought to you in part by our friends at Michelson.
Michelson Laser Vision 969-8100. Make that call today. Again, 19 years ago, I went in, got the procedure done. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts or eyeglasses. I now have 20/15 vision. Call today, free consultation, 969-8100. You can always go online, go to michelsonlaservision.com. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision truly changed my life. They could possibly do the same for you. Make the call today, 969-8100, and tell them the Next Round sent you.
Real quick, I gave you their all-time conference record. All their conferences, their overall record, 609, 629, and 50. Vandy's only 20 games below 500.
Shocking.
Yeah. That is surprising
I
to me.
feel
actually.
great they'll never get over 500.
Well, I would agree with you on
Well,
that.
Vandy used to be a pretty good little football program, even in the SEC. Great rivalry game with Swanee back in the day. I don't know if that's true or not.
Probably true.
Tom Luginbill gives us nothing but truths about college football and college football only when we come back in the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. What does that mean? It means you are the reason they have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. ERA King believes a culture focused on building value in their agents produces big value for their clients and their families. To find your agent, text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC. How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, They have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Alabama favored in 152 of their last 153. You can make that 153 and 154 now. Favored in a big number against Miami for a lot of people as the Tide gets ready to roll into Atlanta to start this season off 18.5. Last I checked on that betting line there. We'll talk to Tom Luginbill in just a second after LT tells us about our great friends at Nut Dust. The roof will be open in Atlanta, so you want to be dusted up as you watch the start of the season.
Hey, they are redefining the use and feel of body powder. There's body powder, and then there is Nut Dust, clean, all natural, 100% talc-free body powder for men and women, born from necessity by two kilt-wearing Scots who knows what when it comes to keeping your essentials clean and dry. Nut Dust offers that powder that will make sure you never need to use a clumpy and chalky body powder again. I saw our friend Chris Brown sent Zeke Elliott multiple bottles of Nut Dust to the Cowboys headquarters just a couple of days ago. He needs to dust it up. But go to officialnutdust.com right now. Put in NR20. NR20 is your promo code, 20% off your entire purchase for all the Next Round listeners. Again, go to officialnutdust.com.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us now as we talk college football. Week number 1. Lugs, what is up, man? How are you? Hang on, Lugs. Hang on, Lugs.
Well, we work on getting Tom Luginbill on the phone here.
There we go. We got you, Lugs?
Yeah, I've been here.
I know. I know. It was not on you. How are you? You good?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing wonderful. Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot.
Hey, listen, you got to iron out the kinks when you're rolling with a new show.
That's right. That's right. This is our tune-up game. This is our Mercer.
We have 2 phone banks. You are in phone bank 1. I had you in phone bank 2.
Way to go, Rocky.
That way, Rocky. Rocky confuses the ones and the twos.
Here we go. Hey, listen, let me tell you something. You open up the game. You got a penalty on the first play.
That's right.
All right, you're looking a little sloppy. We got to get from week 1 to week 2. That's where you're going to make your greatest improvement.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt, Sean.
Okay. I think we've learned not all teams really improve from game 1 to game 2, but we won't go there.
That's well played.
Yeah. So, Luginbill, if I asked you, would you be more shocked if Ohio State loses to Minnesota on Thursday night or Miami takes out Alabama on Saturday?
Ohio State loses to Minnesota. I actually thought you were going to see San Jose State and USC because I think that's a huge upset alert for the Trojans out west.
Oh. You like Starkle that much, huh?
Well, I like their defense. Not to get off topic here, but I mean that's a team that went 7-1 a year ago. They've got the reigning defensive player of the year in the conference. They've got a first-team all-conference defensive end on the other side of him. Everybody's back, 20 starters back. I just think SC's got to be really, really careful. But I would say the Ohio State Minnesota game that would really surprise me.
Do you expect though Minnesota? I mean, 11 wins 2 years ago. Tanner Morgan's back at quarterback. You got 20 returning starters. PJ Fleck. You know, whether you like him or hate him, the guy can coach. Do you think they'll be much improved though?
I do think they'll be improved. The question is what is their caliber of player compared to Ohio State? I mean, when we have discussions like this, Oftentimes you talk about the Big Ten, you talk about the gap between Michigan and Ohio State. Well, if you think that gap's big, then it's an even wider gap with Minnesota. And it's not just about the frontline starter types. It's about the rotational guys that go in the game. I think that's where you see the edge. Yes, Minnesota may have, 20 starters back, but if a starter rolls off the field, the guy that's filling in for him, there's probably and more than likely more of a significant drop-off in ability level than that of Ohio State when they make a rotational pull. So to me, over the course of 4 quarters, I look at this game, and you've heard me say this phrase oftentimes with Alabama. Ohio State's going to have to do something to help Minnesota. I don't think if they just go out there, they both play their best, that 9 times out of 10, Minnesota is going to beat an Ohio State.
What do you think of the Big Ten opening up with a game like Ohio State, Minnesota, and Penn State, Wisconsin, and Indiana and Iowa, big monumental conference games to start the season? What do you think of that?
I think it's great for the conference. If you're the Big Ten and you're trying to draw attention and you're trying to draw eyeballs on week 1 and pull viewers to your television broadcast, it's a really smart move. You're still going to implement your MAC games, and we know the support that the Big Ten has provided non-conference to the Mid-American Conference. But while there's huge weekends, or it's a huge weekend upon us on our networks, all right, with huge marquee matchups, it's a great way for the Big Ten to draw some attention to the conference early on.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill is with us at Tom Luginbill on Twitter, and you'll see him on what game this weekend, Luginbill? My apologies for not asking in advance.
So how about this? For the first time in my 8 years on the field, I'm actually getting moved from a wet climate to a dry climate. So I've got Oklahoma and Tulane just got moved over to Norman yesterday, obviously with just the tragedy and what we've seen taking place and the power outages and the folks in hospitals and things of that nature due to Hurricane Ida, and the fact that they're it's supposed to be sunny and beautiful in New Orleans on Friday and Saturday, but with no power.
Yeah.
So the move had to be made, so we're heading to Norman.
So I want to stay for a team that is momentarily in that conference with Oklahoma and Texas. They take on Louisiana game 1. This is far from a layup for Steve Sarkisian. In fact, this is a scary game. How scary is it for Sark?
Actually, I think Texas is going to wax.
Okay, so
Louisiana.
not scary at all. So you buy into none of this.
I just listen. I got to see Louisiana last year, and I get it. I know, yes, they beat Iowa State. I think that actually helps Texas this time around because it gives them some motivation and it gives Steve Sarkisian something to point to if you don't take your opponent seriously. But as good of a football team as Billy Napier has built, I think Texas, again, would have to help them. My question with Texas, and everybody's talking about the quarterback. I think they're going to be fine at quarterback. The issue with Texas is they aren't playing with anybody close at the skill positions that Sark's been accustomed to having over the last 3 to 4 years. Not even close. They have big body type receivers. They don't have jets. They don't have, jackrabbits and cleats running around all over the field, creating all kinds of mismatches and speed and getting over the top. So that's the thing that concerns me more about Texas. I think Hudson Card will be just fine. I know they announced him as a starter. Casey Thompson's going to play. I think you'll see a rejuvenated, excited, not only Texas football team, but Texas fan base that and they'll end up playing well week 1.
Okay, I'll ask you another one, Lugs. Better chance of pulling an upset from the ACC, Florida State over Notre Dame on Sunday night or Louisville over Ole Miss on Monday?
Oh, Florida State over Notre Dame. I think that, with Louisville, they're minus 12 in turnover margin a year ago. I think their quarterback is super dynamic. I really like Malik Cunningham. I think they're well coached by Scott Satterfield. But in order to beat Ole Miss in that matchup, they can't turn the ball over, and they're going to have to score a minimum of 40. And I just don't know. I'm not convinced of that. With the Notre Dame-Florida State game, you have some intrigue there, and you have some gamemanship from Mike Norvell. He won't name his starting quarterback, and I don't blame him. I would do the exact same thing because you have Jordan Travis, you have Mackenzie Milton, 2 entirely different styles, which could lend to 2 entirely different things that you have to prepare for. One with quarterback run, one without quarterback run. Who's going to start? Who's going to play? How often will each play? and then you don't show your hand until you show up in pregame warm-up and you play the game. I think that worked in Florida State's favor. Florida State's got a Notre Dame's got a revamped offensive line. They may not just start just one true freshman, might start two true freshmen in the offensive line, a new quarterback, and they've had a couple of injuries on defense. And so do I think it's going to happen? Probably not, but I do find it to be highly more probable than the Ole Miss Louisville game.
ESPN's college football analyst Tom Luginbill on the next round here. Georgia Clemson in a matchup, and so many more people are starting to buy Georgia as possibly being an SEC champion or even national champion this year. I was reading they've got 19 five-star athletes on that roster, and Alabama has got 11 on theirs. Do you see Georgia's roster being better than Alabama's roster right now, top to bottom, or well, let's just go too deep? Too deep? Is there a huge difference or a difference at all between Georgia and Alabama's roster?
I think they're very similar. I think you could take each and every position, go too deep across the board and say, okay, well, this position trumps that position, but then that position is going to trump that position, and it would probably all even itself out. I think the difference between the two programs right now is Georgia's looking for that get-over-the-hump win of a highly anticipated matchup for us versus a top-ranked team, and you come away victorious, whereas Alabama has routinely done that. So to me, it's more about the mindset of those 4- and 5-star guys, not who has the most of them. Because I think that's two entirely different football teams right now. And I think that's why there's some pressure on Georgia in this matchup is you kind of have Clemson where you want them, right? I mean, you've got a new quarterback. Clemson has to replace Amari Rodgers and Travis Etienne, an enormous amount of production. You have a below-average offensive line in Clemson and a stout defense for Georgia. I mean, if the stars were to align, this is the game that Georgia should win. And so an Alabama goes into the Miami game knowing they're going to win. I'm not convinced Georgia goes into these matchups knowing they're going to win.
I want to ask you a two-part, ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us, a two-part question here. Both quarterbacks. Give me what you're watching from Bo Nix in the first quarter, first half, maybe the entire game, to show that it's different for him under Brian Harsin than it was under Gus Malzahn. And then what you're watching for from Bryce Young to show me that he and Bill O'Brien are on the same page and Alabama's not going to miss a beat at quarterback.
So for Bo Nix, I'm looking for accuracy, and I'm looking for an ability to hang in the pocket, trust what he sees, and work through his progressions without flushing early when he doesn't have to, which then gets him unnecessarily in trouble, and he leads to risky throws. So accuracy, hanging in the pocket, and trusting what he sees. With Bryce Young, I want to see how many plays he can make from within the pocket. How many plays where he's got to work through progressions without moving the pocket, without purposefully changing the launch point by design. No rollouts. We're not talking about play action. I'm talking about throwing from within the pocket. Can he make the plays that a Tua and a Mac Jones were capable of making in that regard? And then I think, secondly, I'm really curious to see, and this actually would go for Clemson as well with DJ Uiagalelei, and that is how much more do we see the quarterback's legs incorporated by design in the offense from Bill O'Brien, and forcing Miami to have to account for Bryce Young and the movement of Bryce Young, just like Alabama's going to have to account for defending De'Aaron King on the ground.
Interesting game Saturday night in the Rose Bowl, LSU taking on UCLA. UCLA coming off a blowout win to Hawaii. My question to you, Davis, Price, and Emory both been a little banged up in camp for LSU. How improved will LSU be running the football this year?
They should be very improved. And, you got everybody outside of Dare Rosenthal. You got everybody back up front. All right. You should feel strong that not only are you talented enough, but you've got so much experience in the right areas. But I kind of agree with what you noted right there. If you're going to be dinged up all the time with your running backs, which they have been, and actually that bled into last year, then it's going to be difficult to sustain any consistency in the run game if you're constantly trying to find the right fit, but you don't have everybody's best each and every week. In regards to that game, UCLA has vastly improved, and I also think they're one of the best coached teams when it comes to in-game decision-making. Chip Kelly's one of the best there is. LSU's going to have a better roster. They'll have a better roster top to bottom. I'm going to be curious to see if Ed Orgeron and his staff can out-coach Chip Kelly and his staff.
Before you go, word has broken, not on Cam Newton, but another quarterback story. This, according to many people, including your colleague Chris Lowe at ESPN, that Shane Beamer is going with graduate assistant Zeb Noland at quarterback. I mean, it's just
that's a deep quarterback room.
That's a tough situation for him.
I know what I tell you. What it's slim pickings. I mean, obviously that has to have something to do with Luke Doty not being back to full health. I know that when that injury occurred, they were hoping it would just be a week 1 or week 2 thing, or maybe he could potentially play. But yeah, that doesn't bode well for the longevity of an SEC gauntlet under center.
It doesn't, but let's keep in mind that Zeb is just playing the role that Gardner Minshew was going to play at Alabama.
That is true.
Until Mike Leach pulled him to Pullman. And who doesn't think that Gardner Minshew would not have won the national championship that year at Alabama had he been forced to start?
Throw into a bunch of first-round NFL wide receivers. I don't think Zeb Noland is doing that, yeah.
Crazy.
Oh, it is nuts. All right, ESPN's Tom Luginbill. You will see him on the early game. That is right out of the chute, isn't it? Oklahoma, Tulane. Yeah, 11 o'clock ABC. Yep. 11 Central, noon Eastern ABC. Oklahoma, Tulane now being played in Norman. So you'll see Luginbill on that game Saturday. Always fun, Luke. Thank you for the time.
You bet, guys.
All right, that is ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us on the next round, presented by Bud Light.
Yeah, that first window, if you are a 3 TV person, you need that third TV probably. The 2 of them that are automatic is Penn State, Wisconsin, Tulane, Oklahoma on Fox and ABC out of there. And, I find some interest in Stanford, Kansas State.
Well, that's going to
be
a more interesting game than Oklahoma, Tulane.
Well, yeah. And very quickly you get to Rice in Arkansas at 1 and Fresno State in Oregon at 1 o'clock on the Pac-12 network before you get to the 2:30 window. So there are some interesting games out there, even in that first window.
Yeah, look, I agree with Fresno and Oregon. Just watching Fresno and their speed this past week, I know it was against UConn, but Oregon, how much are they going to be focused on Ohio State coming up? I also agree with Luginbill that USC, I was kind of down on USC this year.
Yeah.
I had them ranked 25th. A lot of people believe they can win the Pac-12. I don't have them even winning the Pac-12 South. I think it's an interesting game against San Jose State. But I need our viewers and our listeners to let us know, is there another way to watch this Pac-12 network? I'm all about getting a Fire Stick if I have to.
Okay, we'll work through that. Right. It's 42 after hour number 1 of the show. That's Tom Luginbill, brought to you in part today by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Listen, man, getting that spine properly aligned is not just important for your back. It literally controls your nervous system, literally controls every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. That's why I go see Dr. Lee Goldenberg at Greystone Chiropractic. That's why I send my family there. I trust Dr. Lee with my family. I trust them with my body. You can as well. Right there in Tattersall Park, off 119 and 280, their brand new location. Listen, he always says, Dr. Lee does, he's known for saying this, it's easier to grow healthy kids than repair damage in adults. So get started early. Enjoy a healthier life with Greystone Chiropractic. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090. That's 205-981-8090 or GreystoneChiropractor.com.
Zeb Noland, the starter at South Carolina, announced in this hour. Also, Cam Newton released from the Patriots and Mac Jones, the Week 1 starter against Tua Tagovailoa. Your reaction to that at 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. Also in the chat room, you can jump in there. And did Scott Frost say something yesterday that gets him closer to being fired when the next round rolls on?
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration. Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Next Round, live with you, 9 to 1 Central every day, Monday through Friday, and then replays on the app when the show's over with, 24 hours a day. You can always watch us live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and on Periscope today as well. Thanks to all of you guys who are looking at us right now. Scott Frost yesterday said with the way they lined up, they being Illinois, we had to throw half of our game plan out the window.
Wow. it was the good half they threw out. I saw the half they kept.
Fireable offense? I mean, that's not the kind of comment you want.
It's another log on the fire. Yeah.
I mean,
he's making twice as much as Brett Bielema right now.
What is your game preparation if you had to throw half of your playbook, half your game plan out the window on the first lineup from Illinois?
I just don't know how you can adjust more. I mean, like, you just throw the entire game plan out. You can't. I mean, where are your adjustments? I saw that. It really made no sense. And the fact that, again, I'll point out this was Illinois they were playing, not Ohio State. I mean, if you say that about Ohio State, I'm like, okay.
Well, and it's Illinois playing game one under Brett Bielema. You know, Adam Rittenberg from ESPN.com did a little piece today on Nebraska and what's going wrong with Scott Frost. And there's a Power 5 coach that went on record, anonymous. Well, didn't go on record, he was anonymous. But his quote was, blows my mind. They've got a lot of talent. They just do the most boneheaded thing. Scott Frost, the reputation, just from 2 years ago to where it is right now.
Yeah, no doubt. Look at this picture of him doing his coach's show. This is not made up. This is not Photoshop of him at a funeral or anything like that. That's the way he looked on his coach's show.
Those things have to be miserable after bad losses, though.
Yeah.
Well, even miserable for the host. I mean, you've had to do some of these before, right?
I was with Nick Saban. I did it for 2 years before I even had to do a losing one.
But you said Saban. You said Saban was actually sometimes better after the losses.
That's the way Nick Saban is. He lifts up when the team loses, pushes down when the team is really good. Just Scott Frost, man. What he's saying is he's not helping the situation. We've seen this movie before. Not good post game. What he said there, that we had to throw out half our game plan when they lined up the way they did. Those are not that's not making me feel good about your leadership at all. Better to shut up than to say those two things that he is saying there. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Truckworks, Alabama and Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer, now hiring. They are hiring a lot of positions, looking for awesome people who want to join the Truckworks team, hiring all experience levels, all departments across all locations. So that means if you have zero experience or are very experienced, they have something for you. Truckworks is a great place to advance your career. They've added 30 new management positions in the last 5 years. This could be a life-changing move for you. To see the open positions, join their team tab. The Join Their Team tab at truckworks.com. That's with an X, truckworks.com. Opening in sales, management, service techs, deliveries, and more. Truckworks.com. Hit the Join Our Team tab. You had something you wanted to add.
Was that not Jerry DiNardo on the Big Ten Network?
Yeah, he's on the Big Ten Network, yeah.
Was that not him?
No. That was the Nebraska.
Okay.
It was the Jim Dunaway of Lincoln.
Okay. I was just going to ask you, I mean, was Jerry DiNardo better at LSU?
That does have a Jerry DiNardo look. You're right.
Did DiNardo do a better job at LSU than Frost has at Nebraska?
Oh, yeah. DiNardo had I don't know if he had a winning record. Well, I mean, how far off was he?
Well, he was 500 at Vandy, which is why he got the LSU job. He wasn't great by what is now LSU standards.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's one thing to get out coached, but discipline. And discipline comes out in a couple of forms. It comes out in turnovers. It comes out in penalties, right?
Yep. Well, yes.
I mean, over a 3-year span, and then throw in the game that we saw Saturday against Illinois, Nebraska's 93rd nationally in penalties, and they're 112th nationally in turnovers.
32-24-1 in his time at LSU was DiNardo. He did have a losing SEC record, 18-20-1. Most of that in his last year when he was 0-7 before he got fired in the SEC. But yeah, the lack of discipline, and then on top of that, not knowing the downs in the game. And then in the postgame saying, we had to throw out half our play. I mean, all these things done away stack on top of each other.
Carson says DiNardo recruited really well at LSU, but never did much. With a trip, with a great point here, Cam needs to call Truckworks and look for those opening positions. Cam Newton is looking for work today. He has been released by the New England Patriots. We're getting ready for college football. Clay Travis is in our next segment of the show. Last night, the Dodgers beat the Braves. That ended the Braves' 13-game road win streak. Big win for the Dodgers. They go again tonight at 9-10 as the Dodgers try to get in good position for that series this weekend with the Giants to maybe take over first place.
Yeah, Brewers beat the Giants last night, so Dodgers only a game and a half back right now with San Francisco. 4 home runs for the Dodgers last night. Julio Urias gets win number 15, leads the Bigs. Braves tonight get the ERA leader in Walker Buehler.
Yeah, so it should be another great game for the Braves and Dodgers. It was entertaining last night. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Whether you're in Atlanta or L.A., you can get a mortgage from our friends at Mortgage Right.
If you're sick of leasing your life away, Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They're eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. If you're ready to let go of life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR are today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, coming up in the next hour, other than Clay, Quinn Ewers may be the high bar that is being set in name, image, and likeness. You got to see his latest gift. That's what you got to call it. The latest gift he's getting from the Columbus area, name, image, and likeness for the guy who should still be in high school, Quinn Ewers. We'll talk more college football next hour, including our realistic expectations of Alabama's offense, who lost the Heisman, the nation's most efficient quarterback, who's now the starter of the New England Patriots.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At M First, you always come first. Ryan Brown here for the next round. This is especially true in the M First Summer of Freedom. That's why M First is offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from M First, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. M First is making your summer freer than ever, because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at M First. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. This is available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender in MLS 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase is necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's Tributes in Oil to the 2020 championship season. unrivaled as Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art print or canvas today.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Alabama officially made Bryce Young the starting quarterback yesterday on the road in Atlanta with Mercedes-Benz Stadium roof open as they take on Miami this weekend. Clay Travis in a second. New England has released Cam Newton today. Mac Jones, Alabama quarterback, rookie, will be the starter for the Patriots week 1 against the Dolphins. And Tua Tagovailoa making the start there. Very interesting for Alabama fans. COVID-19 protocols in place for the Southeastern Conference from Greg Sankey yesterday. The possibility of a double loss if two teams cannot field a team. Both teams could be assessed a loss by the commissioner. LSU's in Houston preparing for their trip to Pasadena. Tulane here in Birmingham. They'll use the Alabama facilities today. And those are your headlines as you get going today. We've got a Cowan Equipment poll question now brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, our friends at Cowan Equipment. Go online, cowan.com. Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on their new venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Again, visit them, cowan.com, to find out more about how they can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, visit them online, cowan.com.
Saturday brings an end to the Alabama neutral site games. What is your feeling about that? 64% are happy to see them go. 19% say, I'll go no matter where. 17% wish there were more. Michael says, not that I hated them. They marked arguably the best ever era of Alabama football. Don't know that you can even argue that. But I'm also excited for some home and homes on the and the era continues on.
Yeah.
So this is the end of the era.
So go vote right now at Next Round Live on Twitter and all of our social media platforms. Clay Travis joins us from Outkick and Fox. Clay, welcome back to the show. Let's start right there with scheduling. And this opening weekend of college football is fantastic. We've compared it maybe to 2016 or some others, but you can make a case that this may be the best opening slate of college football games and matchups we've had in modern college football history.
Are you burying the lead? Mac Jones, Alabama gets a big win over Auburn and the New England Patriots, and you open with college football. I mean, I understand how important college football is, but this Cam and Mac drama and the Patriots and everything else, I mean, that's a heck of a story. But I'm sure we'll get back to that in a sec. I've just been chasing all that down. Look, you guys know, and I'm like you in that I'm a college football obsessive, and I can't wait for the season to be underway. We are doing a big Outkick tailgate tour, big bus trip all fall, so I'm sure we're going to cross paths with you guys multiple times, and I'm looking forward to that. But I leave on Thursday morning early to go up to Knoxville to watch the Bowling Green game. And then we're going over from there to Charlotte for what I think is the best game of the opening weekend, which is Georgia-Clemson. Now, you're right that there are a lot of really good games. I mean, Wisconsin-Penn State, Alabama-Miami, LSU and UCLA. I mean, we can run through an entire litany of games that I'm excited to see, and maybe even more excited than to see the games is just to feel the vibrancy of especially Southern college football again, because I think the tailgating scenes are going to be rowdy and fun. I think seeing a full stadium again is going to be an incredible experience, and I can't wait.
Okay, back to the lead. I love to speculate, Clay, and I'm going to assume this is the way it went down, and you tell me if I'm wrong here. They bring Cam Newton in, Josh McDaniels, and Bill Belichick. Hey, we've decided to go with Mac Jones as the starting quarterback, and Cam Newton has a fit and demands basically to be released. And the reason I say that is Cam looked pretty good in the preseason, at least a lot better than he looked last year. He is a much better option at backup, I would believe, for the New England Patriots than Brian Hoyer. Do you think that's the way it went down?
I don't know that Cam threw a fit. I think it's possible that Belichick, showing respect for Cam, said, hey, we're going to give you a choice. You can be the backup for Mac Jones, and we'll keep you on your contract. Who knows how this experiment's going to go with Mac, or you can request, and we'll grant your ability to be a free agent if you think there's somewhere else that you can still be a starting quarterback. In other words, I think probably, and this is my guess, that Belichick and the Patriots did not want to handcuff Cam Newton, given the fact that I think the expectation coming into this training camp was that he would be the starter.
I mean, it is Belichick, for whatever you want to say about him, that would not surprise me at all that he did it, because that is kind of, quote unquote, the right thing to do, right? You let a veteran go try to play the end of his career rather than force an unhappy veteran to sit behind a rookie. I mean, that is kind of the gentleman's thing to do.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I also think, in addition to it probably being the best thing to do, just in terms of treating him as a gentleman would, to lack of a better word, I also think it helps Mac Jones, because instead of looking over his shoulder, knowing that every time he throws an interception or he plays a bad quarter or a bad half, people are going to be saying, hey, why don't they put Cam in? I don't think anybody's going to be calling for Brian Hoyer. It shows a great deal of confidence in Mac Jones as the quarterback, not just of the future, but of the now, because there isn't going to be some clamoring at all. I mean, he's the guy, right? And I think that works well also because, I don't think it's easy if you're in a tight quarterback race and you end up winning or losing to be able to go from snap to snap and not be thinking about whoever is behind you.
Pretty amazing run. This time last year, we were debating whether Bryce Young would beat him out for the starting job in Tuscaloosa. Now he's the starter for the New England Patriots. While you're with us, I got to ask you about this Bishop Sycamore High School drama that went on over the weekend. How in the world does ESPN broadcast this game? How does this game even happen? What have you learned about this game? I know you guys have been covering it at Outkick. What is your thoughts on this Bishop Sycamore coach and team that he put together to play IMG on ESPN this past week?
Well, I know the funniest thing to me to think about, first of all, is the ESPN executive reactions, because they're like, they've been having to deal with Rachel Nichols. They've been having to deal with the Maria Taylor mess. They had to deal with Stephen A. forcing Max Kellerman effectively off of First Take. All that drama, right? And then the last thing, and this is just me telling you from managing people, the last thing you want to be responsible for is someone else's utter incompetence, right? Where they create a stir and there's no benefit, right? I mean, let's be honest. What did ESPN make off of that high school football game, right? I mean, the idea that there were top executives involved in betting any of that is low. I would bet somebody ends up losing their mind. Losing their job, because I imagine some of the top executives are losing their mind over this turning into the story that it has. And it basically is just a total sham matchup. And, when you kind of sit back and think about it, you can see how something like this could happen, because most of us are not that plugged into the overall high school football scene. It shouldn't happen. You should have a quality control guy who's in charge of vetting the teams and making sure that everything is on the up and up, that somebody can't just lie to you and you buy it. But given how many different events that ESPN's putting on, it doesn't surprise me that something like this could fly under the radar a bit, but I guarantee you they'll have new protocols in place to assure that it never happens again.
We were talking Power 5 coaches on hot seat, and we went conference by conference, and we looked at the SEC, and there's really not a coach on the hot seat. But if Ed Orgeron was to lose week 1 against UCLA, and that game's, skinny favorite, but if he was to lose that game coming off
line or whatever,
if he was, coming off a 5-5, And then you've got the daunting SEC West schedule coming up. I mean, the expectation can't be much for LSU if they were to lose this game. Could you see Orgeron, the seat, get hotter as the season went on?
Maybe, but I think the fact that he's a good fit and sort of a member of the Cajun Army in good standing gives him a little bit of an extra. And look, 2 years ago, he had maybe the best team in the history of college football. And I know that, we're a what have you done for me lately league and society in general. But notwithstanding what happened with Gene Chizik, it's almost unheard of for somebody to win a national championship and be gone that quickly. Particularly when, unlike, say, Gene Chizik, where Auburn fans could say, hey, the reason why we won was Gus Malzahn, and Gene Chizik maybe was just the figurehead there, which, I think there's probably some truth to, although Chizik deserves credit for bringing in Malzahn and a lot of things that happened in that 14-0 season. But I do think that as you look at it in the larger scale, it would be almost impossible for Coach O, based entirely on what happens on the field. Now, there's some off-the-field related issues with LSU. It seems like LSU is always, sort of under the microscope. How many years has it been now, the Will Wade basketball investigation that doesn't seem to ever go anywhere? There's always something that is kind of circulating, it feels like, with LSU. And obviously what happened with Les Miles was I do think that some of the off-the-field related shenanigans and allegations ultimately factored in there as well.
We got off track a little bit last week. I didn't get to ask you about Tennessee going BOGO for student tickets. Buy one, get one free for this game against Bowling Green. It's safe to say, obviously, this is not a newsflash. Josh Heupel has to win this fan base over, Clay. First of all, what are your expectations Thursday night, and what does he have to do to win this fan base over?
Well, Bowling Green is bad. So, if that game is close, that's obviously a really bad sign. I think Tennessee's around a 35-point favorite. I think Tennessee is a 6-6 caliber team, which is, shouldn't be a disastrous season. But I think the season in many ways is going to come down to, at least early in the season, next week. Pitt comes to town. If Tennessee beats Pitt, and that would be a good win, right? A solid win. Then they'll win the next game to get to 3-0 and be going down to Gainesville at 3-0 with nothing to lose in a game against Florida. I tend to think, frankly, that it's Georgia, and then there's a huge gap to everybody else in the SEC East. I don't know if you guys agree, but I think Florida is going to come back to the pack more so than they did last year. So I think that Tennessee needs to beat Pitt. If they do, they'll be 3-0 and have a good chance to get to 6-0, right? Because I think South Carolina's pretty bad. They'll be in Knoxville. Vanderbilt's going to be awful. That should be a win. That would get Tennessee to 5. And depending on what happens with the NCAA investigation, you'd feel pretty good about a chance to get to 6-6 or better. So to me, that Pitt game, and in terms of what you need to see, I think it's just offensive excitement. Jeremy Pruitt, the offense never really kind of took flight, and there was some talent on the offensive side of the ball. And if we can see Josh Heupel have success with Joe Milton, former Michigan quarterback that they had a lot of excitement about, I've heard him described, as from Tennessee people as Cam Newton-esque in terms of his size, right, and his just raw athleticism. And so he obviously hasn't been able to put all that together. But if Heupel can have a system where the offense scores some points and they're entertaining, then I think there will be a lot of Tennessee fans that at least will enjoy that style of play. And maybe you'll lose some games, 52 to 42 or 41 or whatever it is. And I think people will respect that.
All right, he is Clay Travis. You can see him on Fox, hear him on Outkick, see him on Outkick as well, and follow him on Twitter at Clay Travis. Thank you, Clay. Always great talking with you.
Hey, appreciate y'all having me. Thanks a lot.
All right, enjoy your trips this week. Clay Travis on the road with college football. He was with us on the Next Round, presented by Bud Light.
Quinn Ewers is the quarterback at Ohio State. After LT tells us about Ship Happens, we'll tell you what he just had shipped to him.
Today's tease. Ever-changing market. Your supply chain is a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited, Ship Happens is ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens. 205-605-8101. That's 205-605-8101.
Rick Reichert is a guy who runs Reichert Automotives and Rabid Customs up in Central Ohio. And he has custom made for Quinn Ewers.
Super cool day today. We've got
NIL.
Quinn
You see
Ewers,
the video if you're watching
new
on YouTube.
OSU top recruit quarterback coming into town.
Trimmer.
This is really cool. I built a special truck. We were looking for someone to partner with to help us with the kid again. Community, nonprofit.
He looks like the Morgan Wallen kid.
We want the best of the best to be powered by Reichert.
Because they got a big old
we're
truck. That's Reichert there. But you see the truck there that has been given, and I think it's all electric. Is that a true statement? Is that what supercharged means, or is that just a cool that is charged up?
No, I think
this
supercharged
Quinn
means
Ewers kid, I'm trying to think.
He better be good.
Super cool
That's
day
what I'm trying to say,
today.
LT. He is
Quinn Ewers,
poised
OSU
to be
top
who
recruit
in
quarterback
college football
coming
history.
into town. This is really cool. I built a special truck.
Rob, who was the guy, the redhead guy at USC?
The Marinovich kid.
No, Todd Marinovich.
Todd Marinovich.
Todd Marinovich started games in the NFL, though.
Yeah, and he wasn't pampered. He was, sort of almost abused by his dad.
His dad,
no caffeine, no candy.
Yeah, it was a robotic upbringing.
It was. I was just talking more about expectations they didn't meet, but you're right. He met those at USC, did he
yeah,
not?
I mean,
it
USC,
was just the NFL he did.
Yeah, freshman year, beat
Who
UCLA.
was the kid that showed up in a limousine? Wasn't he a Notre Dame commitment?
It was
Clausen, Jimmy Clausen.
Jimmy Clausen.
Yeah.
And there was another one. Who was the other kid at Notre Dame, though, that Bino Cook said would win the Heisman? Before he ever played a game. He went by what Dunaway did the Bo Nix. Bino Cook did this guy.
It wasn't Brady Quinn. It was way
No,
before
hang
that.
on. I'll say it in a
Rick
minute.
Meyer, was it?
It was
I think it was.
Yeah, it was Rick Meyer.
Yeah.
But Rick Meyer again went number 3 overall to Seattle.
But Bino, was it Rick Meyer? Bino said somebody would win 3 Heisman trophies.
Ron Paulus.
It was Paulus.
And what did he do?
Paulus might be the guy then.
Yep.
If Quinn Ewers turns out to be a Ron Paulus, I mean, if C.J. Stroud is great, C.J. Stroud's got another year.
Bino Cook. He said he would win the Heisman twice. By the way,
Paulus
Ron Paulus. Yep,
and did not.
He had 0 passing yards. It'd be hard to win the Heisman. Though.
Didn't Ryan Perrilloux say he was going to win the Heisman 4 times?
Maybe. He ended up at Jack State and played well, though, Rockstar. Give him credit.
Quinn Ewers, he doesn't care if he starts at quarterback. He's making so much money now.
Well, here's the thing.
He's got deals left and right.
Stroud, I'm like, look, I've yet to throw a collegiate pass, but I played in 3 games last year, and I'm the starting quarterback. How in the hell is this kid getting the truck?
We're worried about Bo Nix's quarterback room. I asked him that yesterday when he was with us.
Excellent answer by him, by the way.
Really good answer. You can get that on our YouTube channel. Go back and watch that interview, and we've sent it out from all our social media. In their quarterback room, C.J. Stroud is the starter, and he's got a new ride, one of 5 Ohio State players from a local Chevy dealer up there. Quinn Ewers comes in and says, no, I'm going to be a Ford guy, and he's a Ford guy. Chevy, Ford, and QB1, QB whatever, this high school kid who's supposed to still be in high school in Texas.
Yeah, for those that
that's
don't,
a quarterback room for you.
That's why he went to Columbus, where he could cash in.
That's right. For those who don't know the backstory, high schoolers for now, this will change soon, but for now, high schoolers cannot cash in on name, image, and likeness. And he said, all right, I'll just leave high school. I can cash in. I know I can, so I'll just leave high school and go into Ohio State.
It's amazing, man. I mean, have a good senior year. Have fun. I know this will shock you guys. For my senior year, to make a little money, I sold some tickets, concert tickets on the side.
I've heard those stories.
Like Damone and Fast Times at Ridgemont High. But, just having a couple of $100, you felt like you had money. Yeah. I mean, kid needs a $100,000 truck.
Well, this will all change because high schoolers eventually will be able to cash in on their name, image, and likeness. I don't see a road where we don't get to that.
Well, if I own a local business, I'm probably not paying a high school kid.
You probably won't, but there are people who will, and they'll eventually be able to cash in on it. So Quinn Ewers, now he could get more by going to Ohio State than playing high school football at someplace in Texas. But there'll be a day where the high school kid will be able to cash in.
The name, image, and likeness makes sense for guys, and I know it's polarizing for a lot of people that have yet to embrace where we are in this world, and there's still a lot of unknowns. But if guys have gone out and they've performed at the collegiate level and we know they're productive players, I mean, I understand people getting behind them and giving them endorsement deals. As good as that kid was in high school, to give him a $100,000 truck, is insane.
Yeah, and that's just the tip of the iceberg of what he's getting. And that was my point of bringing it up, LT. The table is set. Somebody will be the first Ryan Leaf of the NIL era that will be highly paid and end up being a bust. We will keep a long list like we do of first-round busts in the NFL. We'll keep a long list of NIL busts in college.
It's going to happen this year because Brown has brought up the fact, and I guess it's state by state, but you can't end an agreement based on on-field performance.
So we've learned a lot in the NIL world by the deals that our company has done with Bo Nix and his attorney and John Mechie and his attorney. And one of the things is, at least in Alabama, and like Lance said, this is going to vary state by state. In Alabama, it is illegal to tie a name, image, likeness agreement to on-field performance. So in other words, and many of you were asking that, I'm sure many of you Alabama fans, if Bo Nix gets benched, what happens? If John Mechie gets benched, what happens? Tell you what happens. They're still under the agreement because that's Alabama state law.
And I would just assume with all of these Power 5 programs, somebody's going to get benched.
Oh,
somebody's
absolutely.
going to have a deal, and it's going to be an interesting situation.
But they keep the deal.
Yeah,
it's good for them.
No problem for Quinn Ewers. Where is he on the depth chart? He's behind C.J. Stroud, waiting for his time, and he's got a nice truck to roll around with and everything else that he's gotten since he's joined the Ohio State Buckeyes. More later on about just how superstitious his coach is, Ryan Day. That is still to come. Rockstar's viewing menu. And just where is our expectations for Alabama's offense against Miami? We sort of talk about that and put that in perspective as we roll on. Part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks at Bromberg's as we get ready for the holiday season coming up. Bromberg's, and that silver box is always there, perfect for under the tree, anniversaries, birthdays.
Family owned and operated since 1836, our friends at Bromberg's have established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store. Go to brombergs.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the Next Round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of, and that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Rockstar's viewing menu in just a second. More developing news. It's been a busy, busy day for developing news. This one back in the NFL. Cam Newton is out as the Patriots quarterback. He's off the team. He's been released. Mac Jones is the starter. Now in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, we have news about the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, according to Adam Schefter, Sean Payton has told reporters his team will stay away from New Orleans through the month of September. So they will not come back in the month of September. One complicated thing is week one game, Packers-Saints, was to be played in New Orleans, so they'll have to find another spot for that. I don't know if they'll just ship it to Green Bay. I don't know what they'll do there.
Well, they're in Dallas now. They're using the Cowboys' facilities for the next three weeks, I guess, is what, or the next 3 days is where they're using that. In the past, they've moved games even to Baton Rouge. There was damage. Significant damage done to the Saints football complex in Metairie.
Yeah, I mean, look, the good news is you've only got one home game in the month of September. The bad news, it's against the Packers. I don't know what you do with this situation.
I don't know where you
go
move
to Green
it.
Bay.
Yeah, I don't think you can send them to Green Bay. I'm looking. That is a 3:25 week one kick.
They have played in San Antonio before.
They have. I'll tell you, a stadium that's available is Tampa because you guys play the Thursday night game. So your stadium done away would be available. In theory, they could play it in Las Vegas because they play the Monday night game. I mean, you got a bunch of teams that are on the road. You could use any of those stadiums too.
Yeah, if I'm Sean Payton, I'm open to a lot of options, but the one option I'm not open to is going to Lambeau.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that if you're the NFL. You can't give Green Bay an extra home game.
You know what I would do if I was Sean Payton, and I'd be okay with this if I was the Packers? I'd play it at SoFi. I would take SoFi and use it as a practice just in case we're in the Super Bowl. We get a extra game in the facilities.
There is about an hour after that game concludes, the Rams host.
Yeah, you got
Bears.
Chicago at L.A.
Yeah.
Can't do it there.
Big Sunday night game.
I mean, I guess you could do another Thursday night game, a Friday night game. I mean, there's options. The NFL has had to figure this out before.
Yeah, double up a Monday night.
Yeah.
That is another developing story to keep an eye on, and what has been a busy Tuesday on the Next Round. Rockstar's viewing menu right here, brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Hey, listen, lots of big dates coming up for hunters in our listening audience. So get prepared with Nichols Outfitters. Firearms, ammo, one of the largest showrooms of the Birmingham area is right there at Nichols Outfitters. They help you find what you're looking for. So just visit them off exit 242, I-65 in Pelham, or Rockstar, you're a big hunter. You can always go online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
I'm a big hunter. Where are you guys on Hulu?
I am not subscribed.
Did I watch Dr. Death on Hulu? No, I watched it on Peacock, right?
See, here's
I think you're right. Yes.
I can't keep up with it.
Run into a little bit of an issue. What is Hulu known for?
NBC shows?
Live sports is a commercial.
Well, the new you can get whatever premiered last night today on the TV, all the CBS, NBC.
Well, nothing's premiering anymore, right?
Well, yes, but everybody's doing their own thing with Peacock and Paramount doing all this CBS Viacom stuff. And then I'm thinking ABC and Disney. Disney's going to Disney.
So basically, Hulu created a business plan that all the other networks were like, hey, we should have been doing that anyway. Let's just launch our own app, right?
So Hulu is in trouble. So they're we got to do some more original programming. So tonight, a new premiere of original program, Only Murders in the Building, starring Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez.
Have you seen the trailer? They've been running the hell out of it on mornings
they're
on
banking
ESPN.
a lot on this. So they're hoping this because everything's being pulled away from Hulu.
Well, I like Steve Martin and Martin Short together.
Love them.
That's
Selena
always
Gomez
been really
is
good.
Little odd.
It's an odd fit.
It's an odd cast right there. But, yeah, I think they're best friends in real life, Steve Martin and Martin Short.
And then 9 p.m. on Access TV, a new show called Rock My Collection. You guys big collectors?
Lance has got an album collection.
Yeah. There's a pair of Alice Cooper's pants. There's Bad Blood with an atypical Taylor Swift autograph, an unusual painting by John Mellencamp, and the rarest piece of Elvis memorabilia ever. I think they said it's a wart that he had burned off. Someone has an Elvis.
Why would I want that?
So this guy goes to people's houses and sees their exquisite collections.
That's
of
actually
rock
kind of
memorabilia.
interesting. So it's almost like Antiques Roadshow or something like that. Yeah.
So I have an Elvis wart.
Did you guys ever collect anything?
I'll never forget this. 1987 Topps baseball cards. My parents got a membership to Sam's Club, and you could buy the entire box. And I got that, and I was going to start collecting baseball cards. So I've got the 1987 Topps set.
Is it still unopened?
No, I opened them all because you had to find out the ones you were missing.
Okay.
So
I was going to say if it was an unopened box from 87 right now, it would give you $50 on the spot right now.
You're talking about the unopened wax packs. You're not talking about just the full set of the 87 Topps.
I would take the full set of the 87 Topps unopened right now for Brown for $50.
He's trying to see how much it's worth right now, unopened.
You know, the thing that got me, and I collected
it's gonna be so
baseball
done
cards,
away if he looks.
for like 5 or 6 years as a kid, and I loved it. Loved opening the packs, and I even I think it was like 1984 Fleer. I built the entire Fleer set that year by just opening the packs. But I used to love buying the entire wax box and opening the packs like that.
You can actually buy the whole box apparently, $64.99 on eBay or on Amazon. You gave me a deal.
I would have made $14 right there.
You would have.
Yep.
But baseball cards were always frustrating because, a rookie Tony Gwynn would be worth $50, and you would take it, and the guy would be like, "I'll give you $25 for it."
Yeah, that guy.
I got to make a profit, brother.
That guy in your hometown.
That guy was a crook. That guy he would rewrap the packs. He really would.
Oh wow.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
That's not good. I don't collect anything. I'm not a big autograph guy. I got 2 baseballs. That one has Roger Clemens, one has Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, I wish I would have done more pictures. Like I was never an autograph guy.
Yeah, I've never been autograph.
But pictures with certain people.
Yeah.
Those are fun memories.
Well, Jim Norton from Opie and Anthony he had an obsession. It was almost an addiction. He always had, if any celebrity, like when they were doing interviews at Sirius XM, you would see the glass door. You see like Jennifer Lopez running by doing interviews. So what he would do is, I don't like her, I don't care for her, but I got to have a picture with her.
It's so weird.
Any celebrity there was, Jim had to have a picture with them. So that was like dude, you're addicted to any celebrity. Tony Gwynn's here. Okay, I'm gonna get a picture with him.
All right, that's what Rockstar is watching on Hulu, which everyone is saying is 2/3 owned by Disney now. In our chat room, thank you for that, Smuff23 there. Expectations for Alabama's offense as we go to Miami, the game with Miami this weekend. Just to recap what people already know, but just to recap, the starting quarterback of the New England Patriots and the most efficient quarterback in the country last year, the Heisman winner, the all-time rush leader for Alabama, the biggest speed threat in college football last year in Waddle, 2 All-American offensive linemen, all gone, and a lot of new faces. What is your realistic expectation for Alabama's offense as they go and play Miami this weekend? What are they going to look like?
Brown, for most people, this would be major steps backwards. And I do think it'll be steps backwards. I don't think they're going to average 45 points per game like they did last year. You talk about just the combination. Let's remove Mac Jones and the incredible season he had. And now, as you mentioned, Dunaway, he'll be starting for the New England Patriots, which is just crazy. Think about a year ago, we couldn't decide who the starting quarterback was. Is it Bryce Young? Is it Mac Jones? But between Devontae and Najee, that's almost 4,000 total yards and 50 touchdowns. And you mentioned major parts on that offensive line, and you've got a new offensive coordinator in Bill O'Brien. I still think, Brown, 38 to 42 points per game, and with that defense,
that's a pretty significant drop, though.
But that's going to be the drop.
But 38 to 42 is what that defense is supposed to be. If you're averaging, I'll go in the middle there, 40 points a game. If that's your expectation, that's a pretty high bar for what you lost.
So the 2018 offense statistically is Nick Saban's best ever at Alabama. They rolled up 7,830 yards in 15 games.
Right.
Averaged 7.76 yards per play and 522 yards per game. Didn't win a national championship, but, man, they look good not doing it on offense. Last year,
I thought last year's offense was better, by the way.
Well, statistically it wasn't, but now they played 2 fewer games, but there are some statistics where they were better, Lance. 7,041 yards, so they were 800 short. I think if they'd have played the other 2 games, if they'd have gotten 15, they would have passed that based on their yards per game, which was 541.
Yeah.
In theory, they had another 1,000 yards of total offense. They could have gone over 8,000 and 7.81 yards per play. So 2018 and 2020 are neck and neck right there. I don't think it can do anything but take a step backwards from those two. Not a huge step. I don't think a huge step, but it's got to take some step backwards.
And especially if your defense is playing better. And maybe it's going to look different because as we've had several analysts tell us leading in to this opening game, how much is Bryce Young going to have design runs? How much will he tuck and run the football? Something that, Mac didn't do a lot of. Something that even Tua didn't do a lot of. Haven't had a guy do that since Jalen Hurts. How much of that will be part of this offense? How much will you go back to relying more on a run game than a passing game? All that will make that offense possibly look a great deal different on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be a significant drop in points. I mean, I think it could be less than a touchdown a game or right at a touchdown per game.
So they were 48 last year per game? I got it right here.
Yeah. So
Alabama, they were second in the nation, actually, 48.5 per game. 49 was Kent State. They only played 4 games.
Yeah, I would put their over-under per game at 40 points per game.
Man, it's dropping a touchdown per game.
But you also add, so this could be the difference. When you throw in Mercer, Southern Miss, New Mexico State, you can name your score in those games.
Yeah, they're going to hit 50 or 60 in those games.
Yeah, or play a lot of people and not even hit your average, which sometimes Nick Saban will do in a game like that.
Yeah, people are asking on the chat, do you think they'll go more back to running with play action under Bill O'Brien, more of what you would see in the NFL, maybe more of what he did under Belichick and under, in his time at Penn State? I mean, Nick Saban, I think, is very comfortable with that style of play. He loves that play action, bait them in with a run and have deep balls open for Bryce Young.
That's why I love these first games. I mean, even Auburn playing Akron, you get the first game to sort of see how Mike Bobo and the guys want to attack. These first games, now with Alabama, you got a little bit more meat on the bone with Miami, a challenging team that has a good chance of keeping it within the 18.5, I think. Auburn's going to beat Akron, but you get to see what Mike Bobo wants to do with that. That's why I love these first games and why I think fans should go and attend these first games, no matter who you're playing. I think the first chance for Josh Heupel to unveil his Tennessee team with Joe Milton at quarterback, it's a great opportunity, even though it's just against Bowling Green, a team you think may be the worst team in college football this year. You at least get to see how Heupel's going to attack it at Tennessee. Opening weekend of college football gets going tomorrow night with UAB, a 14.5-point favorite against Jacksonville State. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Wherever you watch college football, wherever you listen to us or watch us, you can get a loan from our friends at Mortgage Right, and they make it simple, and they keep it. All that paperwork stays, if you are right here in the state of Alabama, stays in the state of Alabama.
Yes, and it's the American dream to buy your own home, and Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality. With branches across the country, Mortgage Right has all of the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you're looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
On the Tennessee choice with Milton at quarterback, yesterday Josh Heupel saying that it was because of his ability to grasp the new offense, his physical being, and his decision-making that made him the choice over Hooker and Bailey there in Knoxville. Interesting for the Volunteers as they crank up Brownie.
It is, yes. Well, I was going to point out with Alabama, if you choose to stay home and watch it, you're getting McDonough and Blackledge, which in my opinion is as good as it gets. That's the crew and I love Herbstreit and Fowler, but McDonough and Blackledge is the top of the game for me.
And they don't have Holly Rowe anymore, right? She has moved on to the Fowler Herbstreit
I think that
crew.
is correct. With Maria Taylor leaving, they do have Todd McShay, so you'll get Sean McDonough, Todd Blackledge, Todd McShay, and Molly McGrath.
Where's our girl Beth this weekend?
Beth Mowens?
Yeah, because we had her UCLA Hawaii last week.
We did. Rockstar, I know you enjoyed that.
Well, the quarterback is in action.
I don't know where Beth is. I got to see.
I've got
to find
it.
Beth. Oh, you got it?
I can tell you in the commercial break. Quick break here. When we come back, we continue our countdown to the start of the college football season. And I mentioned to Luginbill how Georgia's roster, at least when it comes to 5 stars, greater than Alabama's roster. I'll ask LT when we come back, is there one coach in the SEC he has been too hard on considering what he accomplished last year? That, of course, is Jimbo Fisher. That when the next round continues.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Make your man pay this football season with LancesLock.com. You get a free lock every day on the Next Round. And if you subscribe, you get all the locks from all the leagues every day. Some handicappers charge you hundreds of dollars per weekend. Not with LancesLock.com, only $90 per month, and you get it all with no complicated or expensive packages, all locks every day. And now through the end of August, use promo code NEXTROUND at checkout and get $15 off your first month's subscription. Subscribe now at LancesLock.com, promo code NEXTROUND.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right, whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans. They offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle and any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back on the next round in the chat room over there. King of Alec, I'm not sold that the offense will be much different. Sure, the O-line needs to get improved and get together, and our new quarterback has to be broken in, but make no mistake, Bryce can sling the ball, and the wide receiver room is deep. Good read from Michael Casagrande today on AL.com, how that number one recruiting class, how it sort of fit into the too-deep depth chart. And you saw, even some of those young receivers bubble into what will be counted on as some playmakers. It'll be fun to watch some of those young guys make it in there.
I mean, you got to hesitate in making sweeping judgments off a Nick Saban depth chart in week number one. But, Ajay Hall was the talk coming out of the spring game and the way he played. If you look at the depth chart, JoJo Earl looks like of all the young guys, of all the freshmen, the one that has caught the most attention. It appears he and Slade Bolton are neck and neck right now.
I find it hard to believe the receivers we've seen over the last 3 years that these receivers are going to be that good. Now, potentially, maybe they get there, but, for the first month of the season, I just don't see. I mean, it was every time you watched an Alabama game, you would look up, and within 30 seconds, they had scored.
But Remember Waddle and Devontae and Judy and those guys were unknown freshmen at some point, and I get that. That's what Alabama fans are hoping. There's just another group of unnamed receivers, the unknown receivers that they'll know the names pretty soon.
Can you continue to have first-round wide receivers on the roster year in, year out? I mean, and not just one, multiple guys.
It's actually to the point where I think receiver is the position I trust most in the Alabama offense. I mean, it's just been one after another. When you started with Julio Jones and you just run through the history of Alabama receivers through the Amari Coopers and Calvin Ridleys and Jerry Jeudy's and Henry Ruggs and Jalen. I mean, it's just one after the other.
You can do it with the running backs, too.
I know, but I think I trust the receiver position more than I trust the running back position.
It's become such a big part of college football, that young receiving corps sort of rejuvenating itself over and over. We'll see if Alabama has another line coming up. Scott's going to, Forrester, our video guy, is going to give us a little Ryan Day in just a second after LT tells you about Scipio. You want a guy who's superstitious? I'll show you why Ryan Day is that in just a second if you're watching on YouTube and all of our video streams. Scipio was one of the first places we stopped when we put together this new business model.
Yeah, Dunaway, there's a reason, because Scipio will take care of all the BS in every single office. When a business joins Scipio, they take care of the 4 pillars, which are compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits, things that we did not want to deal with. Scipio is one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Scipio has brought a concept to Alabama that many were unaware existed. It has taken over the state. When your company joins Scipio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Scipio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Scipio any time of the year. There's no annual contract. Scipio.com or 205-635-7467. Again, Scipio.com or 205-635-7467.
TJ with a great point. They usually have, Alabama being they usually have a first-round kind of guy. I doubt, though, we'll ever have 4 on the same team again.
I agree with that.
No, I don't disagree.
And
That's
Mechie seems to be, in the mold of a first-round guy.
That's probably the best collected group of receivers we've ever seen in college football. So I don't think you're going to get that again.
Always interesting. Looking forward to that first game, 2:30 in Atlanta this weekend, Alabama and Miami. Ohio State with a good one coming up on Thursday night as they travel to play Minnesota. Scott, let me have Ryan Day here. Ryan Day, this is how he's been looking all camp and all off season. You see, if you're watching some video, for those that are just streaming the audio, that's Ryan Day with a beard. Mm-hmm. Ryan Day says before they kick against Minnesota, he'll go back to this look right here. He will shave the beard. The reason why? He's 15-0 in Big Ten games with a clean-shaven face. He's never coached a game at Ohio State.
I'd shave my whole body
with a beard.
Bo Nix about superstitions, and he says it's more of a baseball thing, which it is. But when you've got a role like that going, you got to do the normal stuff.
He says he and his wife have actually had a discussion about whether or not to keep the beard on, and he sort of wants to keep the beard, but he's not going to mess with the streak, Brown.
He's got those perma-rosy cheeks. Like, he never doesn't have rosy cheeks. I don't know if I said that right. He always has rosy cheeks.
You know what else he's got?
He's always going to look young, Lance, because he's kind of got that rosy cheek baby face.
You say this, and the guy that had it the worst I've ever seen was Jeff Fisher by the end of his Rams tenure. But, and look, my daughter got me the disco. Have you seen for the bags under the eyes?
Oh, I've got bad bags. Do I need this?
She got me the disco for Father's Day. It's for the bags under the eyes, but Ryan Day's bags or Jeff Fisher's bags, I don't know what are worse.
Oh, but you're a college football coach or an NFL coach. You
never
never sleep. You
I
never sleep. It only gets worse. Now,
that's why our old schedule, she got me some of the disco
What's
stuff.
the disco?
You can, Rexer, will you Google disco real quick?
I got to see this. It's a product that helps with the bags under my eyes.
It works for the bags under the eyes. It really does.
Is it those little things you put under your eyes?
It's like a tube of lip gloss. You shake it, and then a little lotion comes out, a little gloss, and you rub it under. There it is, right there. That stick.
$32, huh?
Yeah, but I mean that stick will last you 3 months.
Oh, will it?
So
it's like $10 a month.
I use it. Yeah. I use it probably 3 or 4 times a week.
Have you noticed a improvement on bags under your eyes?
It's almost immediate.
Okay.
Do you call that makeup?
I wouldn't call it makeup.
No, I'd call it
concealer.
Maintenance.
Concealer.
I mean, whatever you want to call it. Magic in a bottle. Disco's getting a free plug today. But anyway, Ryan Day needs some disco.
Well, I think I do too.
My question: will you ever do Botox?
I've never planned on doing Botox.
I mean,
it's a weird answer.
No, I'm just
no.
You're not on trial here, Lance.
I would never say never on. Well, there's certain things I would say never.
Yes.
Would you fight
I feel
a bear
really
with your bare
confident
hands?
I won't do Botox, but I've seen some guys that have had Botox. You look at Jerry Jones.
Well, I mean, I think he's had plastic surgery. I think it's beyond Botox. I think he's had the old face stretch.
I mean, I'm a little surprised Dunaway has not done Botox yet.
Well, I mean,
you don't know that he hasn't.
Look at his face. I mean, there's not enough Botox in the world to make this face look young again. At some point, you just accept it. Go back to our Ryan Day pictures. There's a chance to me that Ryan Day had a little Botox in the offseason.
Well, let me just say, because...
Are you talking on the forehead maybe?
Yeah, look how tight his forehead is. Go back to, he wears a hat a lot.
I did meet with a client. It was probably 4 or 5 years ago, and I've got this one wrinkle, very distinctive. And they were talking to me about Botox. And I was like, not interested at all. And they said, well, you could use it. And I was like, okay, where? And they were like, you've got this one. And I was like, I really don't give a rat's ass that I've got a wrinkle.
We've had people tell us on the show, though, that if you pay attention to Nick Saban's pregame interviews, when they're close up on the camera, you can see the Botox injection mark above his eyebrows. Well, I don't know that to be factual.
Well, if I'm Ryan Day, Jimbo Fisher, and all that, I'll Botoxing the heck out of my face then, right?
I mean,
if Nick's doing it, I'm going to do it too.
Yeah,
got to duplicate everything in the process.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no shame in Botox, Lance. Do it.
I'm gonna ask you: have you been too hard on Jimbo Fisher? That was the promise I teased ahead here. In preparing for this week's games, in the notes, last year Jimbo Fisher led Texas A&M to their best finish in the AP poll since 1939. Their first. This is from the Texas A&M notes yesterday. Their first major bowl win since 1987. So 1939 and 1987. Have you been too hard on Jimbo Fisher?
I don't know about you guys. It didn't seem like a one-loss top
feel
four
that way.
like team last year. They had one great win against Florida. Florida's a team that ultimately lost 4 games. Florida didn't have an elite defense. They had an elite offense. Their defense actually was really, really shaky. He's getting paid $7.5 million per year. Dunaway, he can change my mind this year. If Texas A&M goes on and they win the SEC and they go to a college football playoff, then maybe I've been a little too hard on him. The only thing I've said, he's a good coach. He won a national championship with an elite talent in Jameis Winston. I think he's a good coach. He's just not a great coach in my opinion.
Brock, all he has to do is win the SEC.
Yeah.
And
basically,
go to the college football
that's
playoff.
what he's getting paid to do.
No, he is. He's getting paid a ton.
$7.5 million.
He's getting paid a ton of money to do that. You've got to beat Alabama, basically, is what you're saying.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
That's why they
if he
brought
can beat
him
Alabama.
in. Did they bring Jimbo Fisher in to do anything less than beat Alabama?
Well, what do they bring Kirby in?
To beat Alabama.
To beat Alabama, and he's not done it yet.
Okay, but Kirby's played for a national championship.
He has,
Kirby's won an SEC.
But he lost to who in that national championship?
Jimbo will never get to the SEC championship.
Ooh.
I would say we'd put a stake on it, Scott.
We already got one.
Well, we already got one on that one.
Because if he don't get there by 2027, he ain't going to be around.
2027 is still a hefty way away.
It's 5 years, Jim.
That's what I'm saying. Do you agree? You think if he doesn't get A&M to Atlanta by 2027, he's still going to be the head coach?
No, he will not still be the head coach then. But you just said he'll never get them to Atlanta.
He'll never get them to Atlanta. West is too tough.
Jimbo Fisher.
I've got more confidence. Well, a lot of this is dependent upon how Nick Saban's going to hang around. If he's got enough disco in his medicine cabinet.
We'll continue the conversation halfway through this next round right here on the Double Down Media family.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club. 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape, and it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me, I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's Tributes in Oil to the 2020 championship season. Unrivaled is Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art print or canvas today.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090. Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had, and it is all thanks to Sleep Outfitters. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It is so easy when you go to Sleep Outfitters and get that sleep outfitting done for you. We went to the 280 location, answered a few simple questions with their friendly staff, and in mere moments, they had us actually laying on beds to find the one we like the best. That Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress that we have is absolutely wonderful, and it's all thanks to the sleep outfitting at Sleep Outfitters. And now during Sleep Outfitters Labor Day Super Sale, save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. This week only, get a TV valued up to $300, yours free with qualifying purchases. Plus, get any size mattress for the everyday twin size price. Choose from all Sealy Outfitters and Sealy Posturepedic models and get fulls, queens, and even kings as low as $349. You save up to $500. You can also get interest-free financing for up to 6 years on approved credit and free premier delivery with any purchase $5.99 and up. So don't miss the Labor Day Super Sale now at Sleep Outfitters, 6 stores from Gadsden to the Galleria. For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, Next Round presented by our friends at Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. And this hour always, hour number 3, brought to you by the great folks at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. If you're heading to the Thompson game, any other high school game there in Shelby County, down to Jordan-Hare this weekend, or down to Montgomery for UAB and Jack State tomorrow, swing by Champy's World Famous Chicken on Highway 119. You get the great fried chicken plates with that unbelievable batter, the tenders, the po' boys. But here are the things I love the most. Chicken on a stick like we're eating in Mississippi at a great gas station. You know what I'm talking about, that chicken on a stick. And the Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales, the best I've ever tasted. You get them right there online, champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com, or go sit down and listen to some great music and enjoy some great beverages. Blues, Brews, and Bird is Champy's Chicken on Highway 119. LTD&B, Rockstar, and Forrester all with you today. We'll do 3 and out here momentarily. Questions coming in about Jimbo Fisher, including Steven saying, LT, if Jimbo makes the playoffs in the expanded era, does that excuse him not making an SEC championship game if he's a playoff coach?
Like if they go to 12 teams.
Yeah, and they're going to go to 12 sooner than later. I mean, look, he's making the playoffs. So, yeah, he probably would. I mean, he's not going to get fired if you make the playoffs.
I would not think so.
So
no.
I didn't think about it like that. He would have made a 12-team playoff last year. We would have had 4 teams from the SEC in last year. So, yeah, this is going to benefit guys like Jimbo Fisher. As long as Nick Saban's in Tuscaloosa, he ain't getting to Atlanta.
But it's theoretically possible you could have a job like Florida or Texas A&M and go to the playoffs occasionally and never win the Southeastern Conference. And I wonder how a fan base feels about that. Like, we're never conference champions. We've been to 2 or 3 playoffs.
Doesn't matter as long as I'm in the playoffs.
I guess it doesn't. I guess you're right.
Yeah,
but
I hate to take the importance of an SEC championship off the table, but there's not one Alabama fan that wrings his hands or her hands over 2017 and 2011 because Alabama won the national championship,
right,
and did not win the SEC championship. Doesn't bother him at all.
Yeah, I mean, there are coaches in the NFL that never win their division, right? But they go to the playoffs. They're wild card coaches. And eventually that's going to catch up with you probably.
I'm correct about this. Tom Coughlin, 2 Super Bowl champions, was not division champion either one of those years.
Well, I know one wasn't because I think it was a 9 or 10 win New York team that was on the road for every game en route to going to the Super Bowl.
Is that the one they went through Green Bay, I think?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's different. When you got an expanded playoff like that, the championship game will be less and less important. All right. Before we do 3 and out, one note or one comment each on the big stories that have broke today since we're halfway through the show. Cam Newton released by the Patriots. That means Mac Jones is your starting quarterback. You first.
I'm a little surprised because I thought all things being equal, Bill Belichick seems like a guy that still would go with the veteran presence. And I am surprised that Cam Newton is actually released, because to me, the Patriots' best option at backup is Cam Newton. Now, Brown and Clay Travis both made good points that maybe Belichick said, hey, look, you're the veteran. I'm going to allow you to either we'll release you, or you can stay here and be the backup quarterback.
Are you surprised, Brown, that he didn't really have a lot of reps? He didn't take a lot of snaps with the first team. A lot of his reps were second team reps.
He looked good in the games. I don't know. My opinion of this Mac Jones deal is really a broader opinion than just him winning the starting job. This is really one heck of a sports story if you think about it. I mean, this is a guy that was, for most of his time at Alabama, a complete afterthought. Was behind Jalen Hurts for a little bit, was behind Tua Tagovailoa. Even was, a lot of people thought a true freshman was going to start in front of him last year.
Yeah, you would have taken money from LT and me last August on Bryce Young not starting a game.
Well, as hyped up as Bryce Young was, I just believe that he would see the field sooner than later. People still were doubting Mac Jones. I just don't understand. It's almost the Joe Burrow situation. How did he get this good this fast? Because I don't know if you guys remember, we were talking to Luginbill around the draft, and I was talking different quarterbacks. He at least at that point was not sold on Mac Jones having success in the NFL.
This guy's going from a wing T quarterback in high school to, in a lot of ways, an afterthought at Alabama to the starting quarterback of the best franchise going over the last 20 years. I mean, it's a pretty remarkable story.
And being compared to you-know-who 2.0.
Well, Rodney Harrison did that Sunday night at halftime on NBC.
Slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to say Rodney did no favors to Mac Jones doing that. I mean, that's one of Tom Brady's former teammates. That's not just some random guy that did that. It's a former Patriot teammate of Tom Brady's that compared him to Tom Brady.
An enormous amount of pressure. So that's one big story that has developed today. Another one in the SEC, it's quarterback news, but it's not as big as that one. They were the New England Patriots. But that South Carolina is going to start Zeb Nolan, the guy that was the grad assistant, was going to help with the quarterback room as a grad assistant, had played at North Dakota State. Oh, by the way, I've got 1 year of eligibility left, Coach, when Luke Doty got hurt. Do you need me to help out in practice? Not only does he help out in practice, he's named the starter today in game one. You remember Zeb at North Dakota State and Iowa State, right? We all do. Those great highlights that used to run all the time on College Football Live.
I mean, this is an amazing story. Look, I'm pulling for Zeb because it is truly amazing, but Zeb wasn't really good last year for North Dakota State this past spring. Backed up Trey Lance last year or 2 years ago, and then was your starting quarterback this past year. And as you mentioned, he started his career in Ames, Iowa. It's going to be a fascinating watch. This shows you how bad the talent right now at South Carolina is. Do they even beat Eastern Illinois?
I think they'll beat Eastern Illinois. They're at East Carolina week 2. I don't know how long Doty is out. I mean, what is Doty's situation?
Hey, who's got the better quarterback, though, Eastern Illinois or South Carolina?
I don't even know who Eastern Illinois starter is.
They typically have a good quarterback.
They normally do, yes.
Do they? I mean,
well, they had Tony Romo.
Other than Tony Romo.
Now they have one more, Sean Payton.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
We're putting Sean Payton in the list of good quarterbacks.
I bet he's better than Zeb Nolan.
You don't know what he did in college, Jim.
You think Jimmy Garoppolo was pretty good?
All I know is Zeb is the best quarterback
named
of
Zeb.
all the ones that last name started with Z.
Where is Ryan Tannehill when you need him?
Yeah. Hey, pretty good quarterback from Miami, right? Oh, no, excuse me, Tennessee.
Even if we rolled out Sterling Sharp and Alshon Jeffrey, do you think Zeb would have success?
I really don't.
Vandy or South Carolina, doormat of the league this year.
By the way, they called, when Sean Payton was there, they called Eastern Illinois Eastern Airlines. They threw it so much. That's a great nickname for a team, by the way.
Ken Sills would 100% start for South Carolina, so the quarterback position much more solidified with Vanderbilt. Kevin Harris, though, he is a difference maker. Kevin Harris could start for 12 or 13 SEC schools right now. So I would say South Carolina, Shane Beamer, probably going to run the ball 40 times per game. You just hope that Kevin Harris can stay healthy.
Well, so they've gone with literally the coach on the field now to get them in and out of the huddle.
100% he is coach on the field. Listen, they're at Georgia week 3. Yeah, I can't imagine this poor kid having to go to Sanford Stadium to play.
Chris, who's paying attention to South Carolina, tells us Doty is only out for a precaution against Eastern Illinois. They expect him back week 2.
Well, what if Doty tears it up against Eastern Illinois? You have a quarterback controversy at that point? If Zeb does, if Zeb tears it up before Doty comes back.
Drew says, where do you guys think Cam lands in the chat room over here, Texas or Philadelphia?
I wouldn't think I wouldn't think either. I mean, Philadelphia just went out and got Gardner Minshew. Not that they plan on him starting, but that is the contingency plan if Jalen Hurts struggles. I would be shocked if Philadelphia got him. Look, the Texans are a possibility, but, yeah, I think Indianapolis, what Cody's bringing up, makes more sense. If I'm Cam Newton, I go there. I know I'm starting at least the first week or two. And ultimately, is Carson Wentz going to be able to stay healthy this entire year? You know Cam would start over Jacob Eason. If you go to the Texans this late in Cam's career, does he want to go play for the Texans with that roster? Even if Cam plays lights out, they're winning 7 or 8 games best.
I mean, is retirement probably the leader right now? Do
I
you
would
just
say
retire
yes.
if you're him?
Well, he has said he does not want to be QB2, doesn't want to stand on the sidelines.
Then there aren't many options at all.
Something to keep an eye on Cam. Keith says Dallas a possibility. In his opinion, a lot of you believe Colts. In the chat room, keep those coming and enjoy the video stream over there on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Periscope.
I mean, Dallas, you go back to being QB2 as soon as Dak is 100%. So, I mean, if you don't want to be QB2, you're only going to be QB1 in Dallas for a minute.
Which is going to be week 1. Dak will be on the field
I think
week
so
1.
too.
One other thing to get to involving Michael Jordan before we get to 3 and out, after I tell you about the great folks at the University of Montevallo. Montevallo, tight-knit community. They take safety as a campus precaution. As you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to go to school, keep Montevallo in mind. You can schedule a in-person visit or take a virtual walkthrough right now in the ultimate immersive 3D tour right now at montevallo.edu, a college of distinction for over a decade. 2021 top 20 best value school. Southern Living calls it one of the most beautiful campuses in the South. 75 majors, 21 Division II sports. It's all right there at the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu. Michael Jordan, did you guys see last night floating around on Twitter and Instagram the yacht he is in off the coast of Croatia?
Oh no, is it his or?
Oh no, he's renting it, Brown.
I think that's the way to do a yacht if you've got.
I would agree with
Well,
Lance.
here's the price range: $1.2 million a week is what it costs to rent the yacht he's on. $1.2 million a week.
That's nothing.
But I bet that yacht is probably over $1 million a month maintenance. And how often are you going to use that yacht? So I think it's well worth the $1.2 million per week.
You know, Rockstar shows us a photo of it here.
I could do some damage on that.
Could you now?
Barefoot ski behind it.
Yeah.
Tube.
Fully on the tube. I mean, that honestly looks like I would expect more for 1.2. I'd hate to say I'm like Dunaway here, but for 1.2 million a week, I would expect more than that.
Is there even a helipad on there, Brown? I was expecting a helipad.
Yeah, I mean, can I drop off Sea-Doos on the back? I mean, what's the back look like?
Yeah.
Can I?
No, see, I like the that little black one. Rockstar is one I liked right there.
Right there, it says it's an $80 million yacht with a basketball court.
Well, okay.
Like Jordan wants to play.
If I'm MJ, I do want a basketball court.
I'll tell you, I'm probably not playing basketball out on that yacht.
Yeah.
It is a good-looking yacht. I mean, if you got a basketball court, that's a pretty big yacht.
That's the $80 million yacht.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that is what this is.
Yeah, I mean,
nice hot tub.
Yeah, 1.2 million. I'd want a little more.
Okay, it does look better from the aerial, Brown.
Yeah,
I didn't
I
like
wonder how well you
side.
sleep on one of those, though.
You got to get over the seasickness, I would imagine. I
would imagine you'd sleep pretty well after you do all your damage. Let's do 3 and out.
Look at that dining room.
That's crazy. I know.
3 and out every day is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yes, it's still hot out in Alabama. Drop by any of those 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto for their AC checks to make sure you've got the fluids under the hood to stay cool behind the wheel. 4 locations and online. Go to VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
I had to make amends to this on the fly because I did this yesterday.
You apologized to it?
No, Mac
Who starts first? Who starts first, Mac Jones or Cam Newton?
Yeah, we got some Cam in there.
Actually, I had more starts in 2021, Jalen Hurts or Mac Jones. I'll change it. More starts in 2021, Jalen Hurts or Carson Wentz.
Wentz is just in COVID protocol, right?
Well, he's still hurt.
Yeah, but I mean, how far away is he from playing outside of COVID protocol?
Nobody knows.
I'll take Carson Wentz.
I'll go Jalen Hurts here.
I mean, obviously, you get Gardner Minshew for a reason, right? You don't go get Gardner Minshew because you're happy with Jalen Hurts.
Well, you only give up a 6th-round pick.
You do, but Joe Flacco was a serviceable backup.
I don't know. I saw him in that one preseason game. He looked awful.
So he looked good in one and bad one.
So do you bother going to get Gardner Minshew to be a backup? It makes me think they're not totally happy with Jalen Hurts. They are all in on Carson Wentz. I think Brown is right. I think once COVID-19 protocol's over with for him, he's all in. He plays 15 more games because One thing you can say about Carson Wentz,
the protocol,
durable. He's a durable guy.
Yeah, the protocol will be over by September 12th.
Yeah.
He's not going to be playing week
You don't
one.
think so?
No, I do not think so.
Second down.
Back to the postseason first. Rockstar's Detroit Lions or the Jets?
Surprisingly, I'm going to say the New York Jets here. I think not just that division, which seems to be really good, but I like their quarterback situation. Surprisingly, the BYU quarterback, Zach Wilson, has been very, very impressive in the preseason. I love Robert Saleh. Is that how you say his last name?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love him as a defensive-minded guy. I think that's their path back to the playoffs.
Building culture. Look, both of these organizations are just horrific organizations. I tend to agree with you. I think Zach Wilson can be a really good quarterback. We kind of know the ceiling of Jared Goff right now.
Yeah, I mean that used to be a joke of a division though, the AFC East, and trust me, my team's in it. But that has become so much better of a division right now.
The Bills.
The Bills maybe the Lance thinks they're the second best team in the AFC. Yep. The Patriots are still the Patriots. You know, the Dolphins are improving year by year.
What do you think, by the way, of the way your coach, Brian Flores, has handled the questions about Deshaun Watson the last 3 days?
I think he's been put in a really difficult spot by either false reports or his own front office. And I think there's almost no way you can answer it.
Do you believe that Miami, either one of you, that Miami, the front office has been in discussion still with Houston about Deshaun Watson?
Now, the reports today are that Houston is not going to be able to deal him by the deadline today. So they're going to at least have to start the season with Deshaun Watson in some sort of role with the team. But I think Miami was probably still kicking the tires. The reports were, Lance, that Miami didn't want to give up what Houston wanted, and Houston didn't want Tua Tagovailoa. They didn't want a quarterback offsetting picks. They just want all the picks so they can go get their own quarterback.
Yeah, look, you can't get Deshaun Watson right now. He's untouchable.
Yeah.
I mean, we still don't know what's going to come out. You've got allegations out there. When more and more stuff comes out, if you went out and got a guy like Deshaun and gave up anything at all, then that would be a huge mistake.
Third down.
Better chance of a breakout year at quarterback this year, Derek Carr with the Raiders or Daniel Jones with the New York Giants?
I think I'll go Carr with the Raiders.
I think I would agree with you. Tell me why I agree with you.
I don't really know.
Well, Waller's a really good tight end.
And I think Henry Ruggs.
You've got Ruggs there. You've got Jacobs in the backfield. You've got some weapons if you're Derek Carr. And Derek Carr has shown us some things before. I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, he was a pretty good quarterback. It's just the relationship with Gruden hasn't worked. This seems like a make or break year.
Is it because I like Gruden as a play caller I
think that's why I did it. Yeah.
More than I like the Jets coaching staff and the former Cowboy coach calling plays?
Jason Garrett?
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'd take Gruden's play calling over Jason Garrett.
I think both of these teams are going to be much improved, though. Both Raiders and Giants.
Well, Giants are in a division that 10 games could win that division sometimes.
Yeah, 10-7, I think would get
10
you
10
in.
could, yeah.
Fourth down.
Okay, better chance of happening. Kansas City misses the playoffs or the Jaguars make the playoffs?
Better chance of happening is the Jags making the playoffs.
And who missing?
Kansas City. I mean, how do they miss?
Yeah. Well, the only way they miss is if Mahomes gets hurt.
Who's their backup?
Chad Henne.
And he came in and played okay
well
for
against
them.
the Browns.
Yeah, against the Browns.
Chad Henne is still in the league.
He is. Former Dolphins quarterback.
So is A.J. McCarron, by the way, or was.
You
know, I think the Jaguars, when you look at the AFC South and the unknown, we get back to the Colts and the quarterback situation there.
Titans.
The Titans are going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have an expectation at all for the Texans. Yep. So if the Jaguars came out, I mean, again, I think they're going to be a lot better than 1-15.
I don't think there's a good chance they make the playoffs. I'm just answering the question the way you asked it.
Yeah,
it's a better chance they make it than the Chiefs miss it.
I would agree with you on that. And that is 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, as the kids are back in school or off at college, make sure they'll be safe on the road. Take their vehicle by any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto to get a look at those brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Speaking of the Falcons and A.J. McCarron, they kept 3 quarterbacks today, by the way. So Felipe Franks makes the team. So
Josh Rosen got signed last Wednesday.
That's right. And he's the backup, and Felipe Franks is, I guess, the emergency.
5 teams in 4 years for Rosen.
That's incredible. As a guy that was picked number 10.
Going back to our Quinn Ewers conversation, though, hot tub in his dorm room.
He did.
That's
have a hot
right.
tub in the dorm room.
And it went downhill from there for Josh Rosen.
He could have probably made a lot of money in NIL. Rosen could have at UCLA.
The only smaller place I've seen a hot tub was the landlord in Coming to America.
Yeah, they like to decorate. When
he did a good job with his apartment, though.
he did.
For you Alabama basketball fans, they have released their official out-of-conference basketball schedule. And as Cecil Hurd, longtime writer, Tuscaloosa News, points out, there is a potential setup of a 4-game stretch in November, from November 28th through December the 14th, of Alabama playing Kansas, Gonzaga in Seattle, Houston in Tuscaloosa, and at Memphis.
Oh, my gosh.
There's a 4-game stretch there over the holidays and into December where Alabama, if they meet expectations, would play Kansas in the championship game in Orlando at the ESPN Events Invitational, then play Gonzaga in Seattle, Houston in Tuscaloosa, and then Memphis at the Pyramid. Do they still play at the Pyramid? No.
No. FedEx Forum. Yeah. The Pyramid's now
down at the Memphis Southern Coliseum.
A Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah, and then they would back that 4-game stretch up with a home game against Jacksonville State.
And don't forget Baylor, the defending national champion in the Big 12 SEC Challenge. It's pretty good non-conference for Alabama.
Oh, yeah. Of all the teams I just named, you can throw Baylor in there in January in the middle of conference play. That's Alabama's basketball out-of-conference schedule that is now official. That out there today. We do not want to wish football season away from basketball. We're fired up for the upcoming basketball season. Fired up for our friends at Champies, too. They bring you this hour where you get the blues, the brews, and the bird right there, champieschicken.com. Order it and then swing through the easy pickup window, or you can go in and enjoy it right there in person. Great staff there, great family-owned business. Champies Chicken, Champies world-famous chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. When we come back, we've got Trash with LT. Stay with us.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during their summer of freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit them online, amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender, NMLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit them online for more information. Go to amfirst.org. Again, go online, amfirst.org.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
Buying a house is stressful. Selling a home is stressful. It's an emotional process leaving your home where you raised your family and moving to the home of your dreams. You need a realtor to help you buy with confidence and sell with success. That realtor is Holly Mack Wilson. She is an experienced realtor who often gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Call Holly Mack Wilson and let her help you buy with confidence and sell with success. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Keller Williams Tuscaloosa realtor.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration.
I cannot believe we're in a world where Mac is the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots.
I'm telling you, it's a great story.
Oh, it is. I just did not think we'd be in that position. That happened as the show started today, just after 9 o'clock. In the very first segment, we were 3 minutes into the show when the news started to break, and those of you in the chat started breaking the story for us, and then Brown found it online, and we were off and rolling. And it's been one of those days, and more moves continue to happen, both in college football and in the National Football League. We'll keep you updated. Trash with LT is coming up in just a second. But first, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Hey, the team at Hemp Hill Services, my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Hemp Hill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemp Hill Services, an independent train dealer. They deliver all service. They service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing and heating and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
A little injury update yesterday from Georgia. Eric Gilbert and Darnell Washington both not expected to play in the game between Georgia and Clemson for the Bulldogs. Tyke Smith, the DB, big part of what they want to do there is possible for the opener against Clemson as that game goes Saturday night. Either one of you have a feel yet for how Georgia-Clemson's going to play out?
Clemson 2 scores.
I think Clemson wins the game. I do.
10-14 for me.
Uiagalelei is going to be the best quarterback on the field, as good as JT Daniels was to close the season last year.
And you think he's going to be probably the best quarterback in college football?
I think he's got that kind of potential. Again, somebody's got to step up outside of Justin Ross. I'll be interested to see how good Will Shipley is, true freshman running back. But I think Clemson's defense, that's going to be the big improvement.
Okay, I want you to think about it, and we'll do this after Trash, the segment after this. Mac Jones is the starter with the Patriots. Joe Burrow is the starter with the Bengals. Who is this year's Joe and Mac that comes out of really nowhere to wow us? I don't think you can put Uiagalelei in that category. I don't think he's coming out of nowhere.
No,
he's
we
expected.
saw him on a big stage last year.
Yeah.
So
and you can't even, with Matt Corral with 18 turnovers last year, you can't really put him in that category because he's a projected first-round guy right now.
Okay.
It's almost an impossible question to answer.
It really is.
Well, answer it for me in our next segment after we do Trash with LT, brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. LT will tell you about Mortgage Right after Rockstar hits the big button.
Thank you to the Wendy's. What can I get for you?
Can I have 6?
You want 6?
No, stupid. Number 6.
Oh.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, and there's no place like home. Nobody knows that better than Mortgage Right. With locations nationwide, they are the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals has the skills and knowledge to move you in with confidence. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR and start your home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first, offbeat holidays in September. So September the 5th is a Sunday, right? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow's the 1st?
Tomorrow's the 1st. How crazy is that?
That is nuts, man.
September 5th, though, Sunday is National Cheese Pizza Day.
Ooh.
You know,
Rockstar always eats it.
I had some Sunday cheese pizza.
I'm a big fan.
And I commented to somebody, Rockstar, when we were playing poker, and I had a little cheese pizza delivered, and I said I never liked cheese pizza until Rockstar would always order them. When it would always be, here's the cheese for Rockstar.
Rockstar's go-to line, which is true, is everybody wants to dog out the guy that orders the cheese pizza if he's not a kid, but everybody at least takes one slice of that cheese pizza.
That's the first to go. Always the first to
I
go.
tell you what I like, though, is my little one will only eat the cheese pizza. She doesn't want the pepperoni or anything. So if we go to a pizza joint, we have to get her a cheese pizza, and I always eat some of it because she's never going to finish it, right? And it's either like the appetizer or dessert, one of the two.
Oh, it looks good.
So basically, you just said exactly what LT had pointed out, that everybody always eats the cheese pizza.
Hey, speaking
confirmation from Brownie.
Speaking of Sunday, I've got a conundrum. The Black Crows are at Oak Mountain Amphitheater, my favorite band, but Florida State Notre Dame's on. I got to go to the Black Crow show, right?
Yes, I would. I'm playing that show.
Are you?
I'll
now?
be in the VIP tent.
What time you start?
Thank you for reminding me. I'll find out.
You got to call to find out?
I have to find out when those doors open.
But you're going to get a lot more opportunity to watch Florida State.
I think so.
And Notre Dame.
Yeah, I'm going Black Crows. Looks like the weather's good. What?
I would not go to the Black Crows.
Okay, make it Taylor Swift.
Over college football, I'm not sure I'd go to any concert over
You
college
really
football.
would go see the Killers?
I went
over
to
that
see
game?
the Killers in September, a college football weekend. It was a Sunday afternoon. I chose it over NFL football. I did not choose it over college football.
Oh, I would go favorite concert over Notre Dame, Florida State.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Okay. So Jim would not, the other two of you
Okay,
would.
a week, speaking of the NFL, September 12th, a week from National Cheese Pizza Day is National Chocolate Milkshake Day.
Yes, sir. Both those are good.
I kind of lean a vanilla milkshake over the chocolate.
Yeah, I've been trying to adjust. The vanilla milkshake is growing on
but
me.
I like both.
Yeah, I do the black and white because chocolate milkshakes are too chocolatey, and I get them to mix the.
You like peace and harmony.
Yeah, I like the black and the vanilla, the chocolate and the vanilla mixed together.
Young lady, my daughter does not like milkshakes.
I love milkshakes.
Which is strange.
Well, I think that
She likes ice cream, but she doesn't like milkshakes.
I think that is lost a little bit on the froyo generation that your daughter grew up in. That they, for us, when I was young, we would go to Dairy Queen and you'd get a milkshake or a banana split or a sundae.
I don't know if people order banana splits anymore, do
Like they didn't even have Blizzards back when I was a kid, right? That was a modern day invention.
No, I think it's more recent. But yeah,
You
I don't
chose-
think I've ever gone through a drive-through or anything. Can I have a banana split?
Well, I mean, my gosh, you could. I mean, do you know how hungry you have to be to get a banana split?
Yeah, but things are so much more filling. I mean, there are things more filling now, but a good Blizzard is,
I like a Blizzard,
is,
yeah.
is
I'm all right
better
with
than
that.
a banana
Turn
split.
that bad boy upside down.
I mean, a
All right.
banana split is not.
It's just 3 scoops of ice cream,
Three
a
scoops of
banana
ice- a
sliced
split
in
banana and a
half.
bunch of
Yeah.
chocolate syrup and all that stuff.
And you got chocolate syrup on one, that strawberry puree on one. I don't like the strawberry
A
puree.
little pineapple sometimes.
And a little pineapple sometimes.
I mean, I could eat one right now.
Oh, I'd eat it right now.
I'll tell you what I like is a Frosty from Wendy's.
Yeah.
Frosties are good.
That's good. Dip a French fry in that.
Now,
Oh,
they
yeah.
tried the vanilla Frosty for a while. Did it
Yeah,
last?
no,
didn't like that.
People just want the ridge.
But your daughter and my daughter at the age where they always wanted to go get frozen yogurt or go to a place where you could add your own toppings and everything.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
they didn't grow up with the desire and the love for the milkshake like we did.
Milkshake's just simple. Like before our kickoff party last Thursday, I had to drop off Blizzards for Jack and Layton. And the dude comes out and
Yeah, he shows you. Yeah.
But they're messy. Like the milkshake's
They are.
just, it's clean as simple.
The milkshakes that my kids always desire, Hamburger Heaven. Luckily, we live close to one. And
I had one on Saturday.
A variety of them, and they will. I'm like, hey, I'm going to Hamburger Heaven. I'm going to get the club sandwich. Do you guys want milkshakes? They'll jump out of their seat telling me which flavor.
Another offbeat holiday in September, National Cheeseburger Day is September 18th. Big fan.
It's one of our mystery fifth hours. My go-to at McDonald's when I was in high school was the cheeseburgers, as many fries as I could get, a Coca-Cola Classic.
I like the cheeseburger meal and as many fries as I can get.
No, I would tell them that because nowadays you go to a Five Guys and they'll throw extra fries into your bag. Back at McDonald's back in the day, they wouldn't do that unless you gave a little wink to the girl behind that was in charge of the fries. Throw a little extra scoop into that bag.
You think she was like, "Who is this creep?"
Didn't C. Stu one time ask McDonald's for an entire bag of fries?
Oh, he used to do it all the time.
Yeah.
You just give me a sack of fries, charge me what you got to charge me.
Charge me
Yeah.
$50
and fill this shoe with ketchup.
Hey, so far I love all these holidays. I don't know if you've ever done one where I like them all.
Okay.
But we're going to
September
change.
20th, Pepperoni Pizza Day.
Love it.
Dude,
No.
we're going to end, though, September 28th, National Be a Good Neighbor Day.
I like being a good neighbor.
Bastard was in the backyard the other day. I'm telling you,
Blowing
on Saturday,
leaves.
it was nonstop.
How do you
Who
blow
in the
wet
hell
leaves?
blows leaves twice? 2 different periods. It was like, I'm going to blow leaves in the morning and blow them again in the afternoon, and it's August.
Who has leaves this time of
Well,
year?
that's
what
what I'm saying.
I had to call Lance about something Saturday, and he answers the phone, and I can hear it in the background. Woo! And he goes, "My God, Brown, it's August. He's already blowing leaves."
Got to get that man a hobby.
I'm not sure he really is blowing leaves. I think he's just running the.
Well, I mean, I stand up and I stare through, and I watch him. But
Yeah.
I don't know if it's.
He's doing it all for you now.
Do they ever scoop up their leaves, or they just blow them around?
No, they just blow them around.
You think it's possible he just doesn't like being inside with his wife?
It could be that. It could be that he's heard how much I hate it.
I think that's part of it.
It could be, back to a lot of people with the pressure washing.
Yeah, but if I knew that my neighbor hated it when I blew leaves, well, I'm just going to waste my Saturday and his
Exactly.
Saturday by blowing leaves in the morning.
Yeah, that's the worst way.
No,
to
not
do it.
just morning and afternoon.
Yeah, that's
Daily double.
just to piss you off. I wouldn't do that. Like
Well,
it's ruining my day too.
Is there a chance that the county work release from the jail comes over there and that's their punishment? They blow leaves from one side of that yard to the other.
It looks like the same dude every time.
Because eventually they scoop up the leaves. That's the
You would have to
process,
think,
right?
yeah.
You don't just blow the leaves.
Just relocate them.
You blow them into a pile and you scoop
right.
them up or
Yeah.
burn them.
Or in the neighbor's yard.
Yeah, like when my leaves get blown, Rodrigo and crew, by the way, because I don't remember the last time I blew a
Is
leaf.
that their LLC?
Yeah. Boy, they do a great job out there. They've got most of the business in the block.
LLC.
But they come through once every 2 weeks and blow my leaves.
Yeah.
And I'm cool with that. I don't mind a few leaves being around.
That's
Their
right.
logo is not just a leaf blower, though, Rock. Sorry, but you don't want
I'll
to
tell you.
stereotype just by the logo.
Rodrigo's
they
got
got more than leaf
the
blowing.
coolest last name, though, Mondragon.
Rodrigo,
yes.
your yard guy is named Rodrigo Mondragon.
Yeah, and look, and I had never seen a Mondragon until I showed Jack the original Red Dawn. I haven't seen the remake from 1984. We watched it the other night. He thoroughly enjoyed it. But on the Freedom Rock or whatever, there's 2 Mondragons. There's only like 6 names written on there, but there's 2 Mondragons. It was the first time I'd ever noticed another Mondragon outside of Rodrigo.
Make that a poll question. Rodrigo Mondragon, LT's leaf blowing guy, or starting quarterback for Bishop Sycamore?
Okay. People who grew up rich are sharing things they thought were normal. This on Reddit. We had a steak for dinner 4 or 5 times a week, so much that my brother and I got so sick of it.
I never get sick of steak. though.
I
4 to 5
literally-
times a week?
I don't know, Rockstar. I think I could.
Well,
4 to 5 times.
my ass eats chicken 6 times a week.
Yeah.
My default setting, it just happened a few minutes ago. Our buddy Woody asked the question, where do you want to go to dinner? I said, I'd like a good steak.
Are y'all going to dinner tonight?
That's always my
Well,
default.
you got invited too.
Oh, I didn't know.
It's in your text.
I've got too many text threads going on right now.
Well, that was one of them.
Here's another one. I thought all houses cost at least $1 million. Where I come from, that's not a mansion. It's just the cost of a regular house.
Wow.
Man. These are not humble brags. These are just people who grew up rich.
These are Reddit people who grew up rich sharing things they thought were normal. Here's another one.
Wait, the last one was that the Reddit avatar on that was at RB.
Dunaway.
Boom.
You have
Kaboom.
actually Dunaway. You've seen my childhood house. It could not be any more normal.
Even your mom and dad joked about some of the things you say on the show when they were up here looking at the studio.
They said, I didn't know Dunaway was that old when we left.
I
That's
never
what
knew
they said.
parents to bow to their children.
Here's another one. I didn't know that it was normal to always take a stretch limo to the airport like my family did.
Would you imagine doing that?
Well, you don't see limos anymore.
No.
I mean, you really
Howard
really
Stern
don't.
Still, Howard Stern still does it.
I can't remember the last limo I've seen. You know what you see more than limos? The stretch Hummer.
Yeah,
I mean,
really
you don't see a ton of
either.
those, but I see it more than the limo.
No stretch Hummers in my neighborhood.
Here's
get
another
a little
one.
town car now with a driver.
My rich friend walked into my garage and said, "Wow, your garage is so hot. Did the AC die or something?"
Oh, wow.
I guess AC in garages is a thing. Got an update, Rockstar. A man who sued his parents after they threw out his pornography and sex toy collection has been awarded more than $30,000. Do you guys remember this story?
I do not remember this.
I do not either. Man, $30,000 worth of
That is a lot.
collectibles, so to speak.
There had to be some damages in there too, like emotional damage.
Wait. In that lawsuit, are batteries included?
Oh, well.
Now, according to the Associated Press, the parents of David Working, 43, doesn't actually work.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Must
He's
now
working.
pay their son $30,441 after they discarded his porn collection when he claimed his worth was $29,000. Additionally, the couple has paid $14,519 to his attorney. Now, the development comes 8 months after the U.S. District Judge Paul Maloney of Michigan initially ruled in favor of Working. Now, according to court documents previously obtained by People magazine, Working moved to Michigan in 2016 to live with his parents. Paul and Beth Working, after going through a divorce, and did chores to cover his rent until moving to Indiana 10 months later. That's when parents found the belongings and threw them out. That's when he got pissed off.
I can't. What $30,000 of pornography would look like?
That's a significant amount.
Is it a huge? Is it a room?
It looks creepy. Is what it looks like.
Okay, I'm going to tell you what this guy did. You guys tell me how you think it ended.
All right.
Pastor James Sakara of the Zion Church claimed he would resurrect after 3 days, just like Jesus, the Son of God. Quote, "All ye of little faith, bury this Sakara, and you see now, and he shall arise from the dead and breathe his free lungs full again." He allegedly told his followers before being buried. He was dressed in a white gown, a pair of leather slippers, and his hands tied up.
What time?
He was buried alive in a shallow grave by 3 members of his church.
Like he's David Blaine all of a sudden.
So he didn't die. This wasn't like something he.
I think he did.
No, this is not
He's
like
saying, "Put me in the ground."
he just like when I die, I'm going to come back.
Yeah.
He's like, no, you kill me, basically.
That's right.
And I'll come back.
In 3 days. Have 3 days passed?
What do you think? The 22-year-old, what happens?
Oh, I'm going to say.
He assured his followers he would come back to life on the 3rd day.
Yeah, I'm going to say he's decomposing at this point.
It's the worst magic trick of all time.
Yes.
They found him dead when they dug up the grave. Reports
Really?
indicate that his soiled gown was covered with mucus and blood, an indication he struggled to death.
Really?
Ooh.
Police arrested one of the men who buried the pastor alive, while the 2 other suspects are still at
Whoa,
large. I don't know if it's really their fault.
Yeah. The guy got what he asked for.
You sure that he didn't if I had claimed that and we had we had sort of arranged that, I would have come over and whispered to ULT, okay, when you guys do this, remember when everybody leaves, you come back and dig me up.
Okay, Jim.
All right, for a fact, we're going to tie your hands up too.
And then you forgot to do it?
Yeah. Went drinking and just totally forgot.
Lock didn't
Oh,
hit.
damn, I forgot about Dunaway. How long's it been?
Can you imagine?
2 days.
2 days.
Can you imagine the moment he died and then had to appear before Jesus and be like, hey. I mean, that
Man, I got a story for you.
That had to be super uncomfortable right there.
Thought I could do it too.
We have something in common, kind of.
No, not so much.
That is Trash with LT, brought to you by.
Hey, life comes at you fast, especially for our buried priest there. But our friends at Mortgage Right are faster. Looking to refinance with a multitude of trusted professionals behind them, Mortgage Right has got your back. Whether you need a cash-out refinance to pay off your debt, make home repairs, or you're just looking for a lower interest rate, Mortgage Right has the right option for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
What movie that you liked as a kid that you were hoping would come to Broadway as a musical?
Oh, please be Red Dawn.
It's not Red Dawn, but I'll tell you what it is. And more college football, Brian Harsin, the best of his news conference at the top of the hour on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Life is full of questions, like, is it all right to eat the last piece of pizza? Is it okay to pee in the pool? Is it safe to say their outfit is a go while thinking it's a no? Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. There's no right answer for any of those questions, but if you're looking for top-notch mortgage advice, our friends at Mortgage Right have been doing mortgages the right way since 2005. If you've been on the fence about whether you should purchase or refinance a home, Mortgage Right can lend a hand and help you down. Go to mortgageright.com to get started. NMLS 2239.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
It's football season, and it's time to win. Lance'sLock.com is a great investment. Lance Taylor gives you a free lock every day on The Next Round. And if you subscribe to Lance'sLock.com, you get every lock, every league, every day. All this for only $90 per month. No complicated packages or deals. $90 per month. That's just $3 a day. And now through the end of August, use promo code NEXTROUND at checkout and get $15 off. Subscribe now at Lance'sLock.com, promo code NEXTROUND.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank, member FDIC.
Oh, wow. That wasn't uppity. Like, I
really
get called
was.
uppity.
It really
I just
was.
rockstar. I suggest I'm
Don't
not
go
we're
too
not gonna
deep
use
on
names.
this because I
I'm
don't want
not.
to upset anybody.
Not
Okay,
too
I'm
deep,
not going to do it then.
But the difference between
that was uppity. What you said,
Yeah.
just own it. It was uppity.
your location, your restaurant location, freestanding building, not freestanding building, is
No, it has nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing.
James Senior would spit in your eye right now.
Yep.
I've been in freestanding building restaurants that are awful and overrated, and
Right.
I have been in non-freestanding strip mall, shopping center, whatever, that are fantastic restaurants. It has nothing to do with it.
Now I'm interested. What happened?
What I suggested a restaurant.
I made a wrong comment. I misspoke. I was incorrect. But of course, now it's going to haunt me the rest of my life.
I don't think I'll bring it up again after
I'll
this
probably
segment.
forget about this in the next 10 minutes.
No, it'll come back. The rest of the show's history, though,
No, it won't.
Though Jimbo Fisher making it to Atlanta, we'll quickly forget that it's been a decade of piling on Jimbo
No,
Fisher.
I thought Lance made a way over-the-top statement saying he'll never win the SEC.
Yeah,
Jimbo
look, and
Fisher.
have I really piled on Jimbo Fisher?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
I've said I don't believe he's an elite coach. That's all I've said. I can't understand half of what he says.
Nobody can.
Other than that, he's a heck of a guy.
What do you think he looks like?
He looks like a normal dude.
You know what LT's going to say when Jimbo's in Atlanta and wins the SEC championship before 2027? He's going to say, "Ship happens."
Yeah.
Proud sponsor of the next round.
Gene Chizik won one, right?
That is correct. He did.
Gus Malzahn won one.
That
right?
is correct.
Yeah. So other guys have done it before.
They have.
Are you queuing for me to do a Ship Happens?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I wouldn't work Ship Happens in there for any other reason.
Hey, you've worked nut dust in there before. In today's ever-changing market, your supply chain is a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited, Ship Happens is ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101. That's 205-605-8101.
Blake wants to see Jimbo Fisher coaching the Rams with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback.
my
Lance
gosh.
would be so miserable.
Gus Malzahn's the offensive coordinator.
Be fantastic.
Lance, I would love to see that happen one day.
And they're moving their games to what's his least favorite city?
New Orleans.
New Orleans, yeah.
No, I like the city of New Orleans.
Yeah, you just don't like Saints fans.
Yeah, I just think Saints fans are dirty.
Yeah.
Just in general.
1984. What's your favorite 80s movie, Rockstar?
80s movie. Ooh, Breakfast Club. Ferris Bueller.
Breakfast Club's my favorite.
Yeah.
And that would be a great play, actually.
Ferris Bueller would be a great musical.
Yeah.
This is a musical, by the way. Favorite 80s movie, either one of you.
Breakfast Club for me.
I think I would go
Back to the Future?
Back to the Future, Top Gun,
Sophie's Choice.
Caddyshack.
Karate Kid
That's
is
a good one.
coming to Broadway
Yes,
as a
good one.
musical.
Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. Johnny must sweep the leg.
Put him in a body bag.
You know what's happened is with Cobra Kai, which it had no success its first year on YouTube, and then it built this cult following, and then people
So it's
got
big
on top
now.
of it, and it has gotten huge. I think the new season 4 comes out in December. That's why they're going with this musical.
Is there another song, Rockstar? Is there something about waxing on, waxing off? That'd be a good song.
Well, you gotta whack, sing on, whack, sing off. Danielson.
You're over pronouncing the X.
Yeah. Oi, Danielson.
He was nominated for Academy Award, by the way.
For that role? It's a good role, Pat Morita.
Yeah,
He
Pat Morita.
was? Really?
Yeah, best
I
supporting
didn't know that
actor.
best supporting
Sure
actor.
was. Yeah.
Recent success on Broadway musical, Mean Girls, though. They turned that into a very successful run
great
on Broadway.
movie.
Yeah, and apparently really good when you watch it in person. All right, back to college football we go, getting ready for week one. Starting quarterbacks named yesterday all over the place. One we did not get to, or at least another venture off of the announcement of Hudson Card, was Steve Sarkisian after we were off the air yesterday, saying that Casey Thompson will play in this first game against Louisiana. You heard Luginbill say earlier in the next round today that he does not think that's a close game. Brown, you think this is an interesting game, Texas and Louisiana. If it's a close game like you think, are you surprised Casey Thompson's being promised playing?
Yeah, I really am. I don't think, I mean, that's something you can do against Mercer or New Mexico State or someone like that, or Bowling Green or you know, any of these Akrons of the world. Well, you do that against Louisiana. I mean, one turnover could cost you that game.
Well, the only reason I'm surprised is I'm not surprised that it's this close between Hudson Card and Casey Thompson. And Casey Thompson's obviously got more experience when you go back to the Alamo Bowl, where he threw 4 touchdowns in that win over Colorado. Where I'm surprised is if Hudson Card is playing well, but Texas's defense is doing old Texas defense things and giving up a lot of yards, and Louisiana is scoring with Texas. And you don't pull Hudson Card if he's playing well.
Yeah. I don't know. That is a tricky situation you're in if you're Steve Sarkisian. Like, Do you promise Casey Thompson, because we've seen this before, third series, right? We've seen, third series, no matter what happens, we're going to play our backup.
Or wherever we are on the field.
Yeah. All right. So what if Louisiana takes the opening kick and drives it down the field? You're down 7-0 third series. Are you willing to still make that change? And maybe you need to at that point. Maybe Card's not moving
and
Texas.
Maybe
that's why it's 7-0.
Really that close. I mean, Sarkisian said neither one of these guys, looked the part after one scrimmage, and then said they got a little bit better, and he's happy where they are right now, but it's that close, and he said they're going to reevaluate going into week 2.
I think if I'm Billy Napier, I'm telling my team at practice today, look, guys, they think they can play the backup against us. I mean, they're already talking about playing their backup against us. That's how easy they think this win's going to be.
I'm surprised Luginbill thinks it's going to be that big of a blowout.
I did too. That shocked me.
Billy Napier's the kind of guy who probably thought he should have been considered for the Texas job. Little extra something for him in this game coming up. Good piece from Alex Scarborough at ESPN.com on why Billy Napier has stayed at Louisiana. I asked you the next Joe or Mac. Many people, mostly LSU fans in the chat, says maybe Max Johnson is that guy this year.
But Max Johnson's a guy that has a couple of starts. Well, I guess Mac had a couple of
Burrow
starts.
had a whole season.
Yeah, Mac Jones had 4 starts.
Yeah.
So, if Max Johnson had a Burrow Mac Jones it would be a surprise to
I think
most
Max
of the
Johnson
country.
can be really good, though.
Yeah, I think he can be.
Haynes King at Texas A&M, a team that's supposed to be pretty good.
Well, if Haynes King plays like either one of those guys, I'm going to be eating my words with Jimbo Fisher.
Bip on our Twitter feed says Cade McNamara at Michigan could be that guy. Won the job yesterday.
Well, boy, that'd be big for Jim Harbaugh.
Well, he needs that guy, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, that's been one of the bigger problems. When you look at quarterback play for Michigan, it hasn't been great.
I saw Graham Mertz mentioned earlier from Wisconsin. And I know that's a guy that we know, but it was a truncated season last year. If Graham Mertz has that blow-up season.
I think Graham Mertz is going to have a blow-up season.
And several Auburn fans are hoping it's Bo Nix, a guy who has been a starter but takes that step forward going into this season. Speaking of Bo Nix, his coach Brian Harsin is part of our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru when we come back. The best from yesterday's news conference with Brian Harsin. 6 things you need to hear from the coach before Auburn plays their first game.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Auburn a 36.5-point favorite as they play host to Akron to start the season. The first game for Brian Harsin. Welcome in to the Next Round, presented by Bud Light and the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. This part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Hamburger Heaven. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Forrester all with you today, and you're in on the chats as well, also on social media at Next Round Live. Final hour of the show on Tuesdays. We'll highlight what Brian Harsin says after our show on his Monday news conference, and it's brought to you by the great folks at Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah, since 1982, Hamburger Heaven, they've been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, french fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each day for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. It's Hamburger Heaven.
Brian Harsin yesterday, coming out of COVID protocol, back in the office, working at the complex for a full week of practice at Auburn. Monday's an off day for them, and then full board Tuesday all the way up to the 6 o'clock kick at Jordan-Hare Stadium. First question to him is, what do you look for in your first game as the head coach of Auburn? What makes you happy? Here's Brian Harsin.
I don't want to put any predictions on the game, only because I have no idea what we're capable of doing this week, just as far as our focus goes and how we come out and practice. Could be our best week of practice. I hope that's the case. I hope that our performance throughout the week of preparation shows up in the game, and that we play good football, and we don't have a lot of mistakes that we can't control, and we went out there and played pretty clean. So
pretty clean is the key there. He wants his team to be clean. And when let's be honest, guys, you're a 36.5-point favorite. you're really not playing Akron. You're not playing the scoreboard. You're playing yourself in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, you are. I think if Auburn fans, what's the number, about 35?
36.
36. I think if you saw a 45, what?
I just said 36 and a half.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
That's okay.
That's why I had to ask. I think if you had a 45-10 win, if you had a 45-10 win, I think Auburn fans would be thrilled with that. 10 points. You're going to have some busted assignments. It's a new defense. Derek Mason has missed some camp. 45 points tells me the offense has probably been pretty fluid, right? Maybe even a defensive touchdown throw.
Well, I think that's what you want to see. You want to see back to playing clean. You want to see Bo play clean. Don't turn the football over. You want to see Bo, an accurate Bo Nix. You'd love to see Bo, when you look at that stat line, complete 65 to 70% of his passes against a team like Akron. You also want to build rapport with wide receivers we haven't seen before.
Yeah.
And I also think it's important to have this score in hand in the second half to let TJ Finley get some reps.
Right.
Yeah, work on depth. As we continue with the Hamburger Heaven conversation about our on-campus with Brian Harsin today, this is the first game in the Brian Harsin era. It's historic because it's his first game as the Auburn head coach. He was asked if he thinks about that.
My biggest concern always is just the assumptions that's already going to happen, and that we'll show up and we'll be ready. And I know that that's not how it works. The preparation has to be there, the focus has to be there, and that's the main thing right now that we're spending time on, is just getting everybody dialed in for that.
Easy wins is part of the conversation. Brown, that's one thing. You hate to bring in Nick Saban or Dabo Swinney. But when you look at the best of the best, when you're supposed to win the football game, you win the football game. And usually those top elite programs win the games the way you're supposed to win the game.
Well, I don't know. We haven't had a lot of Brian Harsin yet. He's yet to coach a game at Auburn. So I don't know how he's going to handle himself. But we have become very comfortable with Nick Saban in these types of situations, not wanting he's very vocal when the media just makes the assumption that there's a win.
That's
makes
right.
the assumption you're going to get in second teamers. And I don't know that Harsin operates that way. I don't know. Every coach is different. But, I think you kind of at this point have to operate that way. You can't make any assumptions about Auburn's going to win this game. But you can't assume that it's going to be so cleanly played by Bo Nix and the first line guys that you can get TJ Finley and the second line guys in there.
I'm going to assume that. But
I don't know. I'm not saying the score won't be that way. I'm just saying, Lance, that late in the third quarter, he may think, I still would like to see them get some reps out there together. That's my point.
Yeah, I wonder how deep Tank Bigsby plays, because you know how important he is, obviously, to this offense. And, in games like this, it's obviously good to go out and to win the game and win the game going away. But the most important thing, really, is not getting anyone injured.
The depth chart comes out for Auburn like it did for most schools yesterday. And one name that surprised maybe some Auburn people being on the one line as a starter was Shedrick Jackson, a guy who had some drop issues in camp, according to the folks who cover Auburn. He's had some issues dropping the football. But Brian Harsin saw something in Shedrick Jackson from early on, the first time he saw him practice, that he has liked all the way up to this first game.
The guy's very sharp, very focused, very just diligent about how he goes about his process day in and day out. And so it was just a matter of time before we got him out there, and he was going to emerge as one of our better guys and more consistent players. So we've seen that. Fully expect him to go out there this week and practice that way and then perform that way because he's been very consistent from that standpoint. And then, he gets his opportunities in the game to go make plays. He'll do that because he'll have himself, one, in the right position, two, he'll know what he's doing, and then three, from what I've seen, that's just how he operates, and fully expect the same out of him this week.
And to be honest with you, maybe in all of the SEC, the biggest question mark in college football for any unit may be the Auburn wide receivers. I have no idea what you're going to get from that unit.
Yeah, I have no idea either.
Listen to the returning numbers, some of these returning numbers. John Samuel Schinker, 9 catches, 97 yards, 0 touchdowns. He's going to be your tight end, or at least one of them. 9 catches last year. That was the leading receiver among tight ends, 4th leading receiver for Auburn. 9 catches. Shedrick Jackson, we just talked about him. 6 catches, 84 yards, no touchdowns. Tank Bigsby, only 11 catches out of the backfield. It's hard to believe a guy with his talent, you only throw it to him 11 times out of the backfield.
And you guys talk so much about Seth Williams and the talent he was. I was never sold on him. Released yesterday by the Broncos.
Yeah, 6th-round pick. I'm a little surprised, having watched Seth Williams earlier, that he is not an NFL receiver.
Was too inconsistent.
Yeah, but early on, he looked the part. Man.
He looked great.
More from Brian Harsin and our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through on this Tuesday. If it's not the receivers that are a question mark, offensive line is definitely a question mark. And they've had, like a lot of schools, they've had a hard time getting all 5 guys out there practicing at one time. They've also bounced around, plug and play, trying to find the perfect combination. So Brian Harsin was asked, what are you looking for from your offensive line, and where are they right now?
The best test for our offensive line is going to be game day. And getting a chance to see those guys get out there, new front, different players that they haven't gone against. And then just seeing how we operate the run game, how we operate the pass game as far as protection goes, what our communication looks like from the interior players especially, and then just how we operate, each drive. So I think we've done some good things. We're certainly better than what we were at the beginning of camp. We are more consistent. I think getting a few guys back into the rotation on the offensive line has helped us. Getting some guys that didn't play this last year, like Council, getting him the reps, getting him in the mix, allowing him to just really get into that football shape that he wasn't able to do like some of the other guys did because of his injury, and allow us just more reps with 5 guys working together.
More reps with 5 guys working together. You're lucky, I believe, by Auburn scheduling to have an Akron game and an Alabama State game before you go play Penn State. It gives those 5 guys working together a chance to bond together.
Well, at least you've got experience now on the offensive line. That was one of the bigger concerns coming into last year. But at least you've got experience up there. I mean, if you guys had to list your biggest concerns offensively, we all would go receiver 1 just because of the unknown, right?
Yeah, and I think Bo Nix needs both of these units to play well to help him out.
I mean, I might go offensive line 1 just because even if you've got great receivers, if your quarterback doesn't have time to throw, it's hard.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Brown, that if you ask any coach, would you want to have around a quarterback a great offensive line and average skill players, or great skill players and an average offensive line? I think they would always choose the great offensive line.
Yes, it depends on how dynamic your quarterback is. And obviously, Bo is an athletic guy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, sometimes he has to be too athletic. I mean, there are times where he's got to flush and get out of there pretty quick.
But really, that entire offense outside of Tank, I think there's major question marks, even at quarterback to get with Bo.
No, I would agree with you completely. Do you think, and this is getting super nitpicky here, but do you think this is the order he would want those games in? Akron, then Alabama State. Alabama State's an inferior opponent to Akron.
Yes.
Would you want Alabama State get a little tougher than Penn State?
No.
Okay.
I like this because you're able to correct your mistakes in game 1, and in game 2, it is guaranteed you're going to improve on those mistakes. So mentally, you go in the right place when you go to Happy Valley. 2 more quickly in our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. Transfers. Auburn hurt by some transfers in Brian Harsin. One of those, we find out yesterday, is going to be starting at Florida, right? In Truesdale. Tyrone Truesdale leaves Auburn. He's starting at Florida. Well, not starting. He'll play this weekend for Florida. Todd Grantham confirming that yesterday, that Truesdale, a defensive lineman who left Auburn, who Brian Harsin had to say no longer on the team, is a Florida Gator. He's going to play this weekend for the Gators against Florida Atlantic. But this Auburn team helped out in some places, especially defenses, by guys on the defensive side, by guys who transferred in.
That's the one thing about some of these guys that transfer in. I think one difference is they've been through fall camp, they've been through the learning curve, and so I think there's a better understanding of what to expect. Sometimes as a freshman, it's not so much that you can't learn it or it's just so different necessarily. It's just something that they haven't been through before. And once guys have been through something, once they understand, like, okay, this is how it is. These are the things that I have to do as a player to have myself ready each and every day. Like, once you learn that, I think it makes that process of learning something new a little bit easier, and you have more confidence in yourself.
And looking for those confidence there. And one more here in our hamburger heaven is on the young guys. So you've got the veterans, the guys who have transferred in. But Brian Harsin had half a recruiting class. And he's a new coach. You never get a full recruiting class, especially with the early signing period. So his newcomers to the 2-deep depth chart are going to be limited. But he is looking eventually for some of those young guys to help Auburn out with their depth, even if it's just on special teams.
And I think one thing about game week is, everybody's excited now because at the end of it, there's actually a game. And that's a reality. So, I fully expect our Tuesday practice, everybody has a chance in that 2 and 3-ish group that those guys are going hard and they're fighting for a spot and hopefully fighting for playing time. And, maybe we'll see some of those younger players have a chance to get into that 2 deep and contribute a little bit more than what this depth chart looks like.
Got to find those guys a place to help. That's Brian Harsin in our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through today, brought to you by the great folks at Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah, again, since 1982, Hamburger Heaven, serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, french fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches, made fresh to order. Always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each day, those cheeseburgers and hamburgers. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
All right, so Auburn and Akron, part of an SEC slate. Other than Georgia, Clemson, and Alabama and Miami, give me the game that you think you're going to learn the most about a team. Here are some other games on the slate. Bowling Green, Tennessee, La Monroe in Kentucky, Rice in Arkansas, La Tech in Mississippi State, Central Michigan and Missouri, Eastern Illinois, South Carolina, Akron, Auburn, Florida Atlantic, Florida, Kent State and Texas A&M, East Tennessee State and Vandy. We'll take LSU and UCLA and Louisville and Ole Miss off the table. Those are big games too. Of the non-big games, those ones that should be easy SEC wins, which one do you think you learned the most about a team?
Well, I want to see Emory Jones in Florida. Florida Atlantic year 2 under Willie Taggart, they're going to be pretty good. I mean, Florida Atlantic's got the ability to win 8 games this year.
23.5's the line, but you think it'll be about that? That's an interesting game.
They could keep it a little more interesting than the 23.5. And again, when you've got the major defections that you had offensively, the best quarterback we've seen since Tim Tebow and Kyle Trask, and obviously Kyle Pitts, generational tight end, Kadarius Toney. Now you're playing a Florida Atlantic team that's got a lot of athletes. I don't know how high Florida's going to be for that game. They could come out a little flat. Florida Atlantic can score some points.
I mean, obviously South Carolina's starting a graduate assistant. I'm morbidly curious in that one.
That's all right.
I just want to see a graduate assistant play. I think Thursday night, Bowling Green, Tennessee. Tennessee should win this game going away, obviously. What are they, 36-point favorites?
35.5.
35.5. So they should win it going away. But what does Josh Heupel's offense look like? What does Harrison Bailey look like? This is a team that, to start last season under Jeremy Pruitt, didn't get up for the first game, and they lost very embarrassingly to Georgia State. Is Josh Heupel able to get them up for this game? Do they come out playing to a high level? I don't know what the atmosphere is going to be like. I mean, the student tickets are BOGO right now. So, is this going to be a sleepy first game atmosphere Thursday night?
It might be a sleepy atmosphere, but Tennessee can name their score.
I would hope.
I'm just telling you. Last year, do you realize Bowling Green, I mentioned the fact that they were 0-5, lost every game by double digits. They were outscored in those 5 games by an average of 45-11. You know what they gave up on the ground in 5 games last year?
What is that?
310 yards per game on the ground.
310 per game?
Wow. Per game. That's how bad Bowling Green is. Their starting quarterback last year, played a season, had 1 touchdown pass and 6 interceptions. Bowling Green is awful. Unless there's some kind of dramatic, Urban Meyer took on the old roster that he had at Bowling Green, then this might be a competitive game. But Tennessee, again, it reminds me of Lane Kiffin's first game at Tennessee where they played Western Kentucky. and he basically went out and named his score.
Mm-hmm.
I think Heupel will do
so
much of the
you
same.
think Heupel? I mean, Heupel. So based on what you say, they could maybe like put 60 or 70 on Bowling Green,
and I think they probably will.
That's what I was going to ask you if they would.
Why would you not try to build confidence in a program that nobody's talking about right now, and at least try to get some fan excitement? If you can't get fans in the seats, what gets fans in the seats is when you score 50 or 60 points.
Yeah. So if they put 70 on them, Tennessee, I mean that is There will be a lot of people talking about that coming out where they probably won't go 70. But if they score in the 60s, Dunaway, there'll be a lot of people talking about that. And then, as Clay said earlier, then you got Pitt coming to town.
Yep.
Different ballgame then.
It becomes very interesting. Brown's going to tell us about Standifer Insurance Agency. But Rockstar, rack your brain. I'm about to ask you a Brown trivia question to see if you can answer a question about Ryan Brown's life. It'll lead to another video moment here on the show. Standifer Insurance Agency.
I have no earthly idea where that's going.
Oh, I know. That's what makes it a surprise.
Jimmy Dunaway, you got to have auto insurance. You may as well get the best rate you can. And Standifer Insurance Agency can help you with that. Get an insurance checkup, right? Do you know what you're paying? Do you know what you're getting for what you're paying? Just let the Standifer Insurance Group run the numbers and see if they can help you. They did it for me, and they are helping me. Auto rates have lowered 4 times in the last 12 months. So now is the time to call Jessup Standifer and the Standifer Insurance Group. They have been serving the Southeast for more than 20 years. They have the right products and the right prices to earn your business. Call them today, 205-664-3200. Get that insurance checkup. Standifer Insurance Group, 664-3200.
Rockstar, what Not All Ages magazine did Ryan Brown say was delivered to his house as a accident or by a joke by one of his friends?
That would be Maxim, Mr. Jim Dunn.
That is correct.
That is correct.
What do I get?
The great Maxim magazine. Forrester has found a little mistake by Maxim magazine today. For those watching on our streams, if you'll notice the headlines, in case you missed it, Deion Sanders is coaching college football, and according to Maxim, debuts tomorrow night with his Jacksonville State team against UAB.
John Gross, that's news to John Gross, right?
One problem there is Jacksonville State coach Deion Sanders will be prime time on ESPN Wednesday night. One problem, Maxim, put your shirt back on. He coaches Jackson State, not Jacksonville State.
Yeah.
I used to be a big fan of Maxim magazine, I'll be honest.
And it's not his debut. His debut was last year, correct?
Yeah.
Well, that is true.
Another great point.
So one of my favorite films, Training Day, with Denzel Washington, won his first Academy Award as a lead actor in that, with Ethan Hawke, who was also nominated for an Academy Award. Scott Glenn was in it. Rocky, I think you liked it.
I did. I'm not as over the top of it. You were a big fan of it.
I thought it was great. Anyway, that was a true story, and Maxim had the piece in it before Training Day was ever a movie.
Oh, wow.
So there were some really interesting Maxim stories. You know, people used to say, I get Playboy for the articles. I mean, truly, Maxim had some awesome, content.
And there's something about a photo shoot that isn't nude, too. I mean, didn't the Maxim girls always have, lingerie on?
There was no nudity in Maxim.
Yeah, it was lingerie, swimsuits.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was something hot about that.
There's something hot about that.
No, I remember that's the moment I knew Christina Aguilera was really dirty was when she was in Maxim magazine.
That was a good cover.
It was a great layout too. Before Christina got all bloated and stuff.
Did she get bloated?
She did.
She got bloated.
Yeah.
She might not be now. I don't know.
Yeah, she fluctuates. She doesn't Mariah Carey.
Favorite Maxim cover? Think about it.
Well, I mean,
I have to look them up.
I'll go
Aguilera. To get it.
April 2001, Jim.
You used to get it. I'll look at some Maxim covers in the commercial break.
You'll take that bullet for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, more college football when we come back. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Gutter Cap. Don't forget, always you can get the post-show podcasted right there on our app and at nextroundlive.com. Tom Luginbill and Clay Travis earlier. Bo Nix from yesterday. John Mechie with us on Thursday. Make sure those gutters are capped.
Yeah, patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out the debris, eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost a 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. 45% off right now the retail price. GutterCapBirmingham.com or call Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212.
All right, Rockstar's got some pulled up, helping us out here when we come back.
Rockstar?
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during the Summer of Freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer.
the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. That's amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender. MLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajaga brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week, Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, caliberxl.com. One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Okay, my top 3.
You really did this at the break?
Well, only Ranker ranks them for you.
Oh, okay.
They have a thumbnail for you. Oh, wait.
What?
My top 4 now.
I'm going to say Aguilera probably did not make their top 4, but I'm going to go in and go number 1.
I got it up.
You got the ranker up?
Yeah.
What was the girl from Lost?
Oh,
you have the ranker up? We can show this.
What was her name?
Oh, now it's going to kill me. She's in. Kate in Lost, I know that.
Yeah, she was also in the Lord of the Rings stuff, right?
Was she Roxanne McKee?
She was Wasp and Ant-Man. God, what was her name?
It's crazy.
Evangeline Lilly.
Yes,
that's it. Her cover in December 1st, 2008 would have made my list. A rare, different look for Britney Spears there on that one.
Is that Britney?
That is Britney.
That is interesting.
I'll tell you, back in her day, now Dunaway disagrees.
I know.
Yep.
He likes his Mud Puddle girls better. Topanga made the cover of Maxim?
I think that's the
just the
replacement
headline.
Topanga. That's the new Topanga.
Yeah.
Hello, it's Topanga.
They got the name at the top, Rockstar. Go down, the other way. Other way. You see how they have the name at the top?
Oh,
Danielle Fischel.
Yeah. We had her on the show one time. Mila Jovovich. I'm a fan.
Maxim Magazine's all-time covers from Ranker is what you're looking at. Ranker.com for all your best rankings.
Barafelli, that's Leonardo DiCaprio's ex.
Yep, that's Hillary Duff right there.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Anna Kournikova.
Boy, are you talking about somebody that has been out of sight, out of mind for a while?
I mean, she was on the cover of a magazine every month back
Anna
in the day.
Kournikova.
Well, she wasn't winning tournaments.
I was about to say she did everything but win tennis events.
Who is that girl right there, Rockstar? Katrina Bowden?
Yep.
Or Bowden? I'm going to go
Says
Bowden.
30 Rock. She was in 30 Rock.
Okay.
I never saw 30 Rock.
Take their word for it.
Jennifer Love Hewitt's number one on that list. For me, Lindsay Lohan, which is coming up, and Olivia Munn. Olivia Munn right here. That was one of my favorite. That may have been when my subscription ran out. That may have been my last one.
Very plain looking there, though. I mean, I'm a fan of Olivia Munn, but I thought on the cover. And the T-shirt's nice.
Dunaway bought it because there were 10 ways to improve the Super Bowl. I saw that.
Exactly.
I saw that article.
I bought it for work, Brownie.
Yeah.
And then there's one more coming up. Lindsay Lohan, who I was never a fan. Ashley Tisdale, not bad here, by the way. Yeah, could use.
She forgot to wear a shirt.
Yeah, she did. That's more the outfit.
That
there,
zipper was broken. There's Lindsay Lohan. That's a good look for Lindsay right there.
I'm telling you, man, crack was not good for her.
You know, generally it works for people, Lance, but with her.
Yeah, the meth, crack, whatever it was, it jacked her up.
There's the girl from Lost. Isn't that her? The girl from Lost?
She got puffy lips.
Yep.
That's those two teeth. She had long teeth. She did.
What did he call her? Freckles.
Oh, that was obnoxious.
I love that. I love that TV show. Rockstar, tell us about your realtor right now, my friend.
I want to tell you about my boy, Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help you walk through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation, 205-422-0589. That's 205-422-0589. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Jonathan, who is watching us in Dallas, Kate from Lost, is an absolute all-timer. Shane Munn looks like she had an extra.
Yeah, stuff there. You got to start pre-reading these things, Dunaway. The chat gets a little out of hand.
That's awesome.
I think most people on our chat are already drinking before we are.
So you go out to start pre-reading some of those.
We are in the Bud Light happy hour here on the show, presented by our friends at Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio.
I've got water and you've got Bud Light.
Just-
Boy, how the times have changed.
Just supporting the sponsor. All right, Brown, you had a interesting note about college football involving the Tulane-Oklahoma game.
Yeah, I applaud Oklahoma for this. You actually brought this up, Dunaway, if they would do this or not. And Joe Castiglione, the athletics director there at Oklahoma, is making it official. This game Saturday, and it's the Luginbill game. He mentioned it earlier, ABC, 11 a.m. Saturday. So you'll see it locally here on 3340. It's going to be Tulane's home game. And Oklahoma is going to give all the net proceeds. They'll back out their hard cost, give all the net proceeds to Tulane. So that's a great move by Oklahoma to do that, to help Tulane's athletic department.
Here's what I don't understand, though. It's a 3-game set series that they signed up for, so they've already played. This is the second of which was going to be
in New Orleans.
And then the third's going to be Norman in 2024. Why don't you just make this one Norman and then 2024 turn around and make it New
You can't
Orleans?
get your tickets. You can't get your fans in there in time.
Oklahoma fans, you can.
No, I think what it is, I wouldn't be surprised if Oklahoma sells this out. They said you're going to have to buy the tickets separately. It is not part of your season ticket package, so they're selling tickets separately right now for this game.
And that's what I'm talking about when it comes to why you don't just go ahead and make this your home game.
But here's why you don't. No, but I think they probably will too. But here's why you don't is because, Lance, you've set that schedule. What year is it?
2024.
They've probably got another road game that year, and they don't want to add a second road game.
Yep, you're right.
And by the way, they could be in the SEC by then too, playing an SEC.
They will be
schedule,
in the SEC by 2024.
100%.
Yeah. Their out of conference in 2024 is Temple at Tennessee, which by then is a conference game, and then Tulane at home, as you mentioned.
Tripp makes a great point. Oklahoma really was scheduling this game to play in New Orleans so Arch Manning could see him.
Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great point.
I mean,
Probably
how long
true.
has it been planned? I mean, I guess Arch has been on the scene since he's 9 or 10 or when he came out of the womb.
Once you had a quarterback playing with that Manning last name, you just gambled this kid was going to be good enough. But
what year will be his junior year? Let's play a game in New Orleans.
Well, you remember Alabama did that in 92, right? They played at the Superdome against Tulane.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
I was at that game. It was not a good, typical Gene Stallings coach team, not a good first half. A little slow out of the gate, and then they turned it on.
Yeah, just ran the ball a lot in the second half.
Went on to win the national championship,
Yeah,
I think.
mean, I applaud Oklahoma for doing this. This will help Tulane a lot. They will get, I would guess, Tulane will get more out of this net proceeds than they would have if they'd hosted the game in the Superdome. Wouldn't you think? Money-wise.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah.
No, I think if Oklahoma sells it out, I think they'll get more money out of this game than they would have hosting it. I don't know about the travel costs. That could be the issue.
I could see that. I understand what you're saying. So that's nice of them to do that. One other note yesterday from news conferences and depth charts that were that was released yesterday. Were you surprised that Mike Leach did not name a starter? Will Rogers was not named the starter there. They kept it with Chance Lovertick over there.
Again, it's interesting how Mike Leach pushes buttons of his quarterbacks, and especially coming into a season. And Will Rogers still a young kid, freshman last year. But based on what I saw at the end of the year, especially in the Egg Bowl against, a porous Ole Miss defense, Will Rogers is going to be your quarterback.
He's got to be.
I would be really surprised if he's not.
Yeah, I'm with Lance. If it's not Will Rogers, I am blown away at that.
Me too. I just thought you'd go ahead and make him the starter. He's been worried about his consistency in Starkville. I mean, if he's your best guy, what makes him more consistent? You keeping the battle going on, or you name him the starter, give him a little confidence, and maybe that corrects the problem.
I just think Mississippi State is so interesting this year because it's really the one team that nobody's talking about in the SEC West. Everybody's, LSU, are they going to bounce back with Orgeron? Can Texas A&M with Haynes King make that next step, beat Alabama, get to an SEC championship game? New era with Harsin, Lane Kiffin, if they get the defense right, they could be a team that's in the mix to win the SEC. Nobody talks about Mississippi State.
And I think we'll find out a lot about them week 2, don't you? You like NC State a little bit in the ACC?
Yeah, NC State's got a brutal schedule. Again, we did our atypical fantasy draft where we draft 10 college teams each, and looking through NC State's schedule, as good as NC State can be this year, the schedule is completely brutal. One of their swing games is week 2. Could go either way. I lean Mississippi State in that game. It'll be a really good game.
They're at Memphis week 3. That's not a complete layup either.
No. It's a challenging, little tricky schedule for State.
I mean, La Tech they'll win this game against La Tech. What are they favored? They'll win this game. But, these are not they're not playing a bunch of nobodies. This is not a terrible out-of-conference schedule. They could lose to Tennessee State and at Memphis.
They could open 1-2, and then it could be a disaster for Mike Leach. Because, we talk about the same thing with Orgeron going to the Rose Bowl. You lose that game, you're behind the 8 ball going to that SEC West schedule. Same with Mississippi State, with that out-of-conference.
Well, not just the out-of-conference, Lance, but their first 3 conference games are hosting LSU, at Texas A&M, hosting Alabama. So if you can't make it work in the pre-conference, you're in a heap of trouble once you get into the conference because you may have the 3 best teams in the West you got to play.
Yeah, you can start 1-5 before you know it.
Easily they could be a 1-5 start.
We will do our upset alert tomorrow, every Wednesday on the show. You used to be Tuesday back in our radio days, but here on the digital platform, Wednesday will be our upset alert day. And tune in tomorrow as we do our upset alerts. And we'll also tell you how the Pick 6 works tomorrow, where you can play the Pick 6, the rules, and how you can get into the championship round of the Pick 6. All that coming tomorrow. LT's got a picture he's going to pop up for us and surprise me in a second, which I can't wait. But let me first tell you about our friends at Truckworks, Alabama, Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer. They're hiring right now. So if you're looking for a job or if you're looking to change careers, let me recommend the folks at Truckworks. They're looking for awesome people who want to join their team. They're hiring all experience levels, all departments across all of their locations. So whether you're just getting into the business or already an experienced professional, Truckworks wants you right now. It's a great place to advance your career. They've added 30 new management positions in just the last 5 years. Maybe you haven't heard of Truckworks before. Well, they've got 13 locations throughout Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle. And they have an opening right now in sales management, service techs, deliveries, and a whole lot more. To see the open positions, you need to go to the website, truckworks.com, truckworks.com. That is works with an X at the end, truckworks.com and click on the tab that says Join Our Team. They're hiring right now, so go check it out. It could change your life with our friends at truckworks.com. All right, what do you have for me?
Okay, I want to set this up. So the biggest news story this morning was
news story?
Football.
Oh, football. Cam Newton.
Cam Newton.
Yeah.
So our friend Bo O'Neill, Alfa Romeo, you see him on the big screen today. He sent this over, so I sent it to Scott Forrester. I think this is great. Take a look at this.
Of the two, one is the starting quarterback. It's the famous Mac Jones Tennessee locker room photo where Mac's rocking the dad bod, and Cam looks like he is absolutely chiseled out of granite.
Zero body fat.
Zero body fat. I mean, the NFL, man, they do not play favorites.
And it says one of these two is a starting quarterback in the NFL. The other doesn't have a job.
Yep.
Yeah. Cam, by the way, tweeting in the last hour, don't feel sorry for him.
I don't think anybody will.
Appreciates everyone reaching out to him and encouraging him, but don't feel sorry for him.
He's going to be okay.
I mean, what's he made career?
Oh, Cam has made, I would say...
Pulling up net worth?
I'm pulling it up.
Okay,
I'm just pulling up what he's made in his career.
Yeah, I'm going to go salary. On-field salary, I think Cam has made $150 million.
You think he's made more from endorsements?
No,
not more than on field, but he's made a lot.
Yeah, he's made a lot, but I'm just... Gatorade was, but I would say salary-wise, $150.
On field, $125. He was due another $3.6 this year.
Right. He'll get that. I think that was the guaranteed.
Well, $2 million of it was a signing bonus, so he'll definitely get that.
Probably 50 in endorsements.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably made a good 175, almost 200 grand in his career.
Can you check his net worth real quick? Whatever that website is that gives out net worths that a lot of celebrities tell us that are not true net worths.
I would say his is probably $40 million.
45 is what it says.
I was going to put it 70, so $45 million net worth.
But
again, he's going to be okay.
To your point, they got it in front of Drew Brees, who's at 35.
Yep.
So he's in front of Drew Brees. Now Tom Brady's at $100 million net worth.
Yeah, but Drew Brees is got this mailbox money coming left and right because he's got Jimmy Johns, he's got walk-ons.
He's been very smart.
And for mailbox money, that's you go out there and you're like,
you don't do anything.
Power bill, blah, blah, oh, another check from walk-ons.
Bingo.
Another check from Jimmy Johns.
How nice would that be?
Yep. And he's also, is he on the NBC broadcast
well,
now?
he's doing Notre Dame games with Tirico, which is actually, when do they play? When's their first NBC game? It's not this week because that's ABC, but it's going to be on the Peacock, isn't it?
So it's streaming only, the second game.
That's a pretty good booth. Mike Tirico and Drew Brees.
Oh, I don't know. Brees is good. Tirico's one of the best.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I would assume that Brees will be good, but I mean, I don't know. I've never heard him. I know he was in the booth on Sunday night, but I had the volume down.
Yeah, well, he was just talking with Al Michaels in Collinsworth, but it feels like that they're grooming them for the Sunday night NFL job, doesn't it?
It does.
That when Al Michaels finally decides to step away, they may just redo that whole booth.
Yeah, put Tirico in there, and they've been trying to, it seems like, push Collingsworth out a couple of times.
Yeah.
Like they were really hot after Tony Romo
Yeah.
on that Sunday night broadcast. All right, in our final segment coming up, we will jump in to some of the NFL news and notes that you may have missed today, other than Cam Newton being punted by the Patriots and Mac Jones being named the starting quarterback, and the things you need to know before you wrap up this day in college football. Don't forget, you can always, and save this for any show we do, 205-734-0923. That's our phone number, and you can also join us online at Next Round Live on Twitter. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Redmont Distilling, Redmont Vodka. What a great time last Thursday night at our kickoff party, and we appreciated everyone from Redmont putting that on with us.
Yeah, again, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the faces behind the great product. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. It's 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. The fastest growing distillery right here in Alabama is Redmont, now available in Georgia, Mississippi, Florida, New York, New Jersey, soon to be nationwide. Redmont vodka.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Here's a riddle for you. What has 4 walls, 1 owner, and could solve your financial woes? Your home. That's what. If you're looking for a potential way to turn your home into a hefty payday, a cash-out refinance with Mortgage Right is the way to go. A cash-out refi can improve your interest rate while tapping into your home's equity, freeing up cash to pay off debt and lowering your monthly payment. Solve the riddle of your financial woes by visiting MortgageRight.com to get started. NMLS ID 2239.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
After 40 years in business, Red Wing Shoes owner Steve Sikora has decided to give his stores a needed up-to-date look. The Hoover location now welcomes its customers to enjoy the ultimate fit experience. This updated showroom is now displaying the best Red Wing has to offer. Classic Pecos pull-ons, Red Wing heritage including the Iron Ranger, Irish Setter work, and trusted Basque outdoor footwear. And coming this September, the Trustful location will be moving down Highway 11 between Taco Mama and Metro Diner. Customers will love this updated cool look. Don't wait to visit the 2 new and exciting locations of Red Wing Shoes.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, "I think you're on the beach," or the classic, "You gotta hit it, Alice." One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
I'm Jim Dunaway, and one thing I've learned about ERA King Real Estate is they believe every client deserves to be represented by an expert. That's why they invest so much in technology and training for their agents. You can be sure that your local agent has experience in your market, up-to-the-minute real estate resources, and top-notch negotiating skills. Text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King. They work hard to make home buying easy.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
In the chat, Paul says, is there going to be a gambling podcast in the family of podcasts with Double Down Media? Yes, we will have the return of LT's weekly look at gambling, and we'll do the Players Club or a version of that coming up as we work towards the weekend, week 1 coming up. Also, the debut of Bama and Bourbon is this week as well, as you guys preview. Usually it'll be a retrospect of a game and a preview of an upcoming game, Bama and Bourbon with LT and our buddy Aaron Suttles.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. We're actually going to record that tomorrow.
Do you know what your first bottle of bourbon is?
I do. I don't know if I'm supposed to actually unleash that right now.
Save it for the
You're
podcast.
going to blindfold Aaron and make him pick? Like he's like, I think this is a bullet.
Boy, that would be tough to be able to do a blind taste test of bourbons.
I would like to watch it, though. I would be very impressed if Aaron could do that.
If you've got a real palate for it, I think you can start picking out some flavors. This has a little vanilla. This is a smoky.
Well, we're going to talk a lot of bourbon. We're going to sample a different bourbon for 15 weeks, or depending on how long Alabama plays, typically 15 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Throw some buys in there. But it's going to be fun, and obviously Aaron has got the pulse of the Alabama program. During the press conference yesterday, I think he asked not one but two questions.
That is correct, yes.
Part of our show today being brought to you by another one of our friends, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. A respected roofing contractor in the area. One of the best in the business is Greg from Pell City. I had a chance to visit with Greg just last Thursday night, and we were talking about why I recommend Storm Restoration Roofing to all of my friends. And it really goes back to my story with Rockstar. Rockstar is already ready to turn over a check of thousands of dollars to have repairs done. And Greg says, hold that check for a second. Let me check with the insurance company. And you see Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, well respected by the insurance industry. The insurance guys love these guys. And they did a little check and found out that Rockstar's roof was covered, saved him thousands of dollars. And Greg tells me that story over and over again, not just with Rockstar, but a Rockstar that lives near you. There's 1,000 Rockstars out there, the same type of story. And for over 20 years, Storm Restoration Roofing has been helping your neighbors get the best roof possible. A-plus rating, and again, locally owned. You can't beat that. Now, if you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few years, especially after these recent storms, you need to call Greg Nelson today, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. Here's the best part. Free, no-cost inspection. You call them up, no cost to have that roof inspected. You can also look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Greg from Pell City with Storm Restoration Roofing. A couple of notes from the NFL. We talked about Brian Flores and having to dance around whether or not Deshaun Watson would end up being a Miami Dolphin down the road. Any concern at all Jamar Chase can't catch a cold right now? He's making so many drops in the preseason.
Well, there's got to be a little bit of concern, but I go back, the last time we saw Jamar Chase playing live football, it's on the SEC network right now. It was in the national championship game in 2019 or January of 2020. Didn't play last year. So he's been out of football a while. That's one of those things probably mentally it's in his head a little bit. Way too talented. The former Biletnikoff winner, we saw him, live action with Joe Burrow in that Joe Brady offense. He was fantastic. He'll come around.
How long ago? Because you're right, this game is on in our studio on the SEC network. I
had forgotten Clemson had a double-digit lead in this game.
I had too. I remembered LSU whipping them from the beginning. I confused that with Oklahoma, who LSU did whip from the beginning.
I remember very little about this game because I was having to do it's the only time we ever did it in our old job. We did a watch party where I think, did you guys help out with that? Landrum Roberts and I did a live chat.
I was on my couch.
I don't remember that at all.
During the game, and it was the hardest thing I ever did. For 4.5 hours, we sat and talked about the game as it was happening. Obviously, you couldn't show the game, so basically the pictures were of us watching the game and us commenting about the game.
Were you guys just talking to yourselves?
Yeah. There were 2 people watching.
No, I don't know about you. I don't mind those, if I'm able to watch the game and, they have the different national championship views where you've got some ex-coaches. I really don't even do that, but I'll flip it over there every now and then.
You know when I like to watch that? I like to watch that weeks after the game. I don't like to watch it during the game. I like to go back and all the platforms that they are on for the national championship.
Yeah, games like that are just too big.
That's right. I like to watch the regular broadcast for that, but I don't mind going back and watching the coach's room after the game. Sometimes I'll watch it the night of, the instant replay. I'll go back and watch the coaches talk about the game. I learn a lot watching the games like that, but I don't want to watch the actual game happen that way.
Will you watch the Manning brothers or the Monday Night Football
Well, that's
crew?
different. I don't love the NFL as much as I do college football, and it's not as life-changing for me, but I will watch the Manning brothers over Steve Levy and the guys.
They made the announcement yesterday. They had initially said, ESPN, that there would be some sort of broadcaster, anchor type guy in the room with them. And the reaction to that was so negative that ESPN came back and said, Tell you what, we're not going to do that. We're
I don't
just going
think
to give you both
need
minutes.
it.
I know that's what
Look,
everybody
I think
said.
It was going to be Adam Schefter, which would have been
was
a horrible.
really? I didn't know that.
A horrible fit.
That would have been bad
See,
for
I
Shefty.
think Levy and Greasy and Reddick do a good job, but it's just kind of blah to me.
Yep.
And obviously, I'm a huge NFL guy. I probably, for Rams games, would probably watch regular broadcasts, but for all other Monday Night Football games, I would watch.
Yeah, if I'm not emotionally involved.
Yeah. Well, what the problem with that's going to be is that Eli and Peyton will be not on site. They're going to be broadcasting that remotely.
Basically from a sofa.
So they'll just be commenting about that, but they're going to have people join them during the broadcast. So, if it's a big Bears game, you can see Brian Urlacher popping in and joining them, or Jim McMahon or somebody joining them. So it won't be a whole lot of play-by-play, blow-by-blow.
But it's going to be really casual, right?
It is very casual.
I wonder if those two will be drinking. I mean, they like to drink.
Do they? I never seen them with a drink in their hand.
You don't remember Peyton talking about Budweiser nonstop after the Super Bowl?
Yeah, but wasn't that
I
because he's bought into the Budweiser distributorship up there,
Yeah,
right?
Trust me,
Denver.
those guys like to have a beverage.
Well, I didn't know that.
I mean, Eli went to Ole Miss. Need I say more?
Never see a beer in their hands. I don't know.
Well, but we're with you. The only time he sees them on a football field. That's what I'm saying. In that relaxed, kind of our relaxed environment now, away from corporate America.
Right. Peyton's a funny guy, though, and Eli's funny, too, but there's a difference in being funny in small spurts and the pressure of having to be funny and witty for 3.5 hours.
Well, you've seen the trailer for, Eli is doing a ripoff of Peyton Places, the story of the NFL and the pageantry around the NFL. Eli is doing that for the college version.
Right.
And
Saban's in it.
Saban's in it, whipping him around on a tube on Lake Tuscaloosa. And, some of those are pretty funny.
Yeah,
with Eli, at least in the trailer.
I would just assume Eli and Peyton, their relationship, just be yourself.
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
sure
what you hope.
Peyton obviously is a really funny guy, but those two around each other, I think the chemistry will come out.
The Lock Every Day is brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Jeremy Purvis and the guys right there, they'll handle everything for residential or business needs, from your dripping faucet, your toilet didn't work right, all the way to jetter services. It's Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. I'll give you the phone number after LT gives you a winner.
Yes, we gave you 2-0 yesterday. So we're bouncing back another winner tonight. We're taking Detroit at home against Oakland. Detroit's lost 3 straight, but they are minus 105 against the Oakland Athletics, taking Detroit. First pitch, 6:10. Thank you, Scott.
Boy, that's a little bit of a surprising pick there. A's are very much in the playoff hunt. Tigers don't have anything left to do. A little trouble there. 205-516-4927. 205-516-4927 or Iron.
You're the
surprising pick.
Best handicapper I've ever been around.
IronMountainWorld.com.
Hey, and you did pull an absolute dick move yesterday by betting on the Rams. And people called me after the show yesterday.
Did they?
Oh, a bunch of people called yesterday after the show, and they said purposely you did that.
I do have a picture of the actual ticket.
Let me rub this in. Here's some salt.
Yeah. You want me to send it to you?
No, I don't want anything to do with it. But, the more I did think about it, there's no way you just pulled that out of thin air.
But you talk so highly of the Rams.
Here's the ticket.
I said San Francisco is going to win the NFC this year.
I don't appreciate you calling me a Richard head in front of all my friends in the chat room.
Over in the cookout?
Over in the cookout. How can I go back to the cookout now? You've demasculated me here on the show. We have 14 years and 49 more weeks of doing this show together, and you've just cut my head off, so to speak.
No, you cut my head off yesterday by doing that.
There'll be more seasons. We're back tomorrow. Till next time, God bless you. God bless America.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, caliberxl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain 2 things. 1, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com. All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, Next Round